Chapter 21-29. The system upgrade was complete. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. A few months ago, he had risen from a rank 9 hedonist mortal to a rank 1 immortal hedonist celestial. Afterwards, the system had entered a state of upgrading, and now the upgrade was complete. When Qin Feng entered the system, he was dumbfounded by the scene before him. The original system interface had fused into one, and it was like a massive memory within his mind. The newly unlocked sovereign star system was an information carrier that stored all of the system's memories within. Qin Feng found that after the fused interface, the information wasn't a single one. Instead, it was split into countless dots of light. Each dot of white light was a database of information from the hedonist sovereign system, and they were all stored in the sovereign star system. They were like stars in a dark galaxy. Little Pig, what's going on? Qin Feng didn't understand. Little Pig quickly explained, Master, right now the hedonist sovereign system is a type of inheritance, or you can treat it as a top-notch secret technique. Inheritance secret technique? Qin Feng had a look of disbelief on his face. According to what you're saying, I can give the system to anyone? Little Pig replied, Master can think of it that way, but the essence isn't like that. Master can give the system's database, but you can't give the real hedonist sovereign system. How can I give the database away? What use would it be even if I gave it away? Qin Feng didn't understand. Master, originally the hedonist sovereign system's database couldn't be given away, and even if it was given away, it wouldn't be of any use to the recipient. However, with the sovereign star system, the situation is completely different. The sovereign star system is an empty shell of the system, and as long as you put in a different database, it can become a different system. As such, if Master gives away the hedonist sovereign system's database and the sovereign star system, the recipient will have the hedonist sovereign system. Little Pig explained. Qin Feng hurriedly asked, Is there a limit to the number of times I can give away the database and the sovereign star system? There's no limit. Then doesn't that mean that anyone I give it to will become as powerful as me? Qin Feng felt that this was inconceivable. Little Pig replied, It's not what Master thinks. Master only gave you the system's information library, and the information that Master has already obtained cannot be shared. Simply put, Master only gave you the initial hedonist sovereign system, and everything else still depends on the recipient's own hard work. Qin Feng completely understood that the upgraded hedonist sovereign system was more like a secret manual, which could be passed down to anyone. Those who received the system's inheritance would be like him when he first received the system. They would need to continuously complete quests and slowly grow. Even so, Qin Feng was still shocked by the system's inheritance function. If he passed the system to all of his friends and family, after a few decades, what kind of powerful battle team would be formed? Qin Feng thought of Chu Fan's words, the Kobe clan of the Donya continent, the #1 clan of the Divine continent. Their cultivation techniques and inheritance are mysterious, causing them to grow stronger day by day. Qin Feng was starting to suspect that the Kobe Sentinel's mysterious technique inheritance was the system. Because of the system's sudden upgrade, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to leave the West Sea continent. He found Hongming and the other powerhouses and gave them the system's information. After receiving the hedonist sovereign system, everyone was unable to calm down for a long time. They finally understood why Qin Feng was able to create miracles time and time again. It was because he had such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. To Hongming and the others, their understanding of the hedonist sovereign system was like a top-notch secret manual. The creator of this secret manual was meticulous and had actually planned out every step of cultivation. Furthermore, through the distribution of missions, cultivators would be able to speed up their cultivation. Young hero Qin, where did you get this secret manual? Hongming was incredibly curious. The other powerhouses also had the same question. Qin Feng stood in the Tower of Light and looked at the black holes in the sky with a heavy heart. I found this secret manual by chance in an ancient cave dwelling. If it wasn't for the 1,000-year calamity, I wouldn't have shared it with everyone. Now that all of you have received the inheritance of the cultivation technique, I hope that all of you can increase your cultivation as soon as possible so that you can lend me a hand in resolving this calamity. After giving out the system, Qin Feng suddenly understood something. The tribulation takers he had been looking for were the people who had been given the system: Hongming, Shenzhongtian, Wang Liashongming, and the others had all become tribulation takers. After settling the matters in the West Sea continent, Qin Feng set off again. In the end, he did not pass through the array door in the sky above Snowfield City. Instead, he left the West Sea continent and flew to the North Sand continent through the Fallen God Sea. When the flying cloud all sped through the sky above the Fallen God Sea, Qin Feng realized that there were no spatial cracks in the sky above the West Sea continent. He guessed that the appearance of the black hole was related to the location where the Celestial Stone Formation had been destroyed. Back then, the Celestial Stone Formation had appeared in the Purple Cloud Mountains, and the compass had been damaged. As a result, a black hole had appeared in the sky above the Purple Cloud Mountains. After the Celestial Stone Formation had been repaired, the spatial cracks had automatically disappeared. Then the Celestial Stone Formation had been destroyed in Demonic City and the Dead Sea. As a result, the sky above the West Sea continent had completely fallen. When he crossed the Fallen God Sea for the second time, the situation was very different from the previous time. The previous time, Qin Feng had flown from the South Flat Continent to the North Sand Continent. Along the way, he had almost lost his life because of the threat from the Nanming Palace of Green Island. Then he had met with trouble in Deep Sea City. However, this time he had flown the flying cloud all across the entire sea region without any threat. 3 months later, Qin Feng arrived at the North Sand Continent safely. He had been gone for close to a year. When he stepped into the territory of the North Sand Continent again, Qin Feng even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. The original cultivation wastelands was now filled with spiritual qi. In fact, it was almost as dense as the spiritual qi in the South Flat Continent. Soon, Qin Feng found the reason. Back then, before he left the North Sand Continent, he had mobilized all the cultivators in the continent to build a spirit-gathering formation and spirit source. After a short year, the effects were so obvious. Wow, that flying magic treasure is so fast. It's like a meteor streaking across the sky. That's City Lord Qin's flying device. City Lord Qin is back. Before Qin Feng landed, the news had already spread outside the spirit immortal city. Instantly, countless cultivators gathered outside the spirit immortal city, waiting for the flying cloud all to land. Qin Feng, you're really back. All the women gathered at the city gates. When they saw Qin Feng jump down from the flying cloud, they felt like they were dreaming. It seemed like a year had passed in the blink of an eye. However, many changes had happened during this period of time. Zhao Lingxian and the other women's cultivation had improved greatly. They had all risen by an entire major realm. Lu Jie, Yunzhe, and the others had also improved greatly. Even the North Sand Continent cultivators standing outside the city gates had risen by a level. Chapter 2130. Back in the North Sand Continent, Hollow God Realm cultivators were already at the peak. Experts like Barefoot Enlightened being were rare. But now, Qin Feng found that there were more than 10 Hollow God Realm cultivators standing outside the city gates. They were all faces he didn't recognize. After greeting the crowd, Qin Feng entered the spirit immortal city. He called the women and Lu Jie and the others into a room and planned to give them the sovereign star system. Boss, where have you been this past year? Not long after you left, the black hole above the Purple Cloud Mountains disappeared. If only you had left a few days later. Lu Jie was very excited to see Qin Feng and didn't stop talking. Qin Feng didn't tell them the secret. The black hole above the purple cloud mountains didn't disappear by coincidence. It was because he went to the West Sea continent to set up the sky ceiling formation. I went to the West Sea continent because the spirit chi there is dense. I stayed and cultivated for a year. Fen was very concise. He didn't mention anything about the Nine Heavens snow region or the Demon City battle. He didn't want everyone to worry. Boss, so you went to cultivate. What realm are you at now? Lu Jie was full of anticipation. Actually, ever since the spiritual chi in the North Sand region had been improved, everyone's cultivation level had been increasing rapidly. They were even a little hopeful that Qin Fun's breakthrough speed over the past year might not be as fast as theirs. That way, everyone would be able to catch up to Qin Fun's cultivation speed. I didn't improve much. I just reached disaster transformation state, level 1. Qin Fun sighed. Dozens of pairs of eyes fell to the ground. Lu Jie exclaimed, Damn, boss, there's no point in showing off like this. You were only body condensation state when you left. You reached disaster transformation state in a year. Qin Fun wasn't showing off. He was a man with the hedonist sovereign system, so it was normal for him to break through quickly. To be honest, he felt that the biggest gain from this trip to the West Sea continent wasn't the increase in realm. It was the ice heart flame and the sword domain he comprehended. There's a reason why my realm increased so quickly, Qin Fun said. What is it? Lin Bei was curious. It's because I've obtained a top-notch cultivation technique. As long as I cultivate according to it, my cultivation level will soar. Since Qin Feng wanted to give the hedonist sovereign system to everyone, he naturally had to find an explanation. In actuality, everyone present had joined the Heroes Alliance, but they knew very little about the hedonist sovereign system. If Qin Feng really wanted to explain it, it would take a lot of time and effort. As such, Qin Feng didn't bring up the hedonist sovereign system and just said it was a type of cultivation technique. After everyone obtained the system and used it, they would understand. Boss, so it turns out that you've been hiding a top-notch cultivation technique all this time. You're too unkind to only share it now, Lu Jie grumbled. Qin Fun smiled and didn't explain. Then he used his powerful divine sense to transmit the supreme star system into everyone's minds. 1 month later, everyone was already familiar with the supreme star system. They started to do quests like crazy, trying to catch up to Qin Feng. Seeing that the North Sand continent was at peace and developing better and better, Qin Feng relaxed. He once again embarked on his journey to the Fallen God Sea secret realm. A few years ago, when he first entered the Fallen God Sea secret realm, he discovered the secret realm's herb garden and the terrifying black fog. Now that he thought about it, the black fog was most likely the devouring celestial insects. A few days later, the soaring cloud all appeared in the sky outside the Fallen God Sea. When he arrived here again, Qin Feng was filled with emotions. When he first came here, he had just become a Saint King. He had even gone to Pear Continent to participate in the Red Flower list examination. Then he met Xue Junfei and found Wen Yiming. In the end, he was chased by Long Ao Yen and almost lost his life on the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's airship. Qin Feng had already landed the soaring cloud all. He found many cultivators gathered on the island in the Fallen God Sea. There was also a huge airship parked next to the island. The name of the Black Radiance Chamber of Commerce was written on it. Qin Feng immediately realized that it was time to explore the Fallen God Sea again. The cultivators in front of him were so similar to him back then. Senior Sister Ru'er, there's an array entrance here. A cry came from the crowd. Immediately, hundreds of figures flew over. Among them was a beautiful figure wearing a purple robe. The purple robe girl was beautiful, like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. When Qin Feng's gaze fell on her face, he immediately recognized her. She was the genius female disciple of the square tower, Su Ru'er. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little awkward meeting Su Ru'er here. He still remembered that Su Xuanfei had tried to matchmake him with Su Ru'er, but he had rejected him. This should be the array entrance that leads to the fallen god island mystic realm, Su Ru'er said after observing the array entrance for a while. At this moment, a handsome man wearing a white robe walked to Su Ru'er's side and said, "Senior Sister Ru'er is right. This is the array entrance that leads to the fallen god island mystic realm." Su Ru'er was a disciple of an alchemy sect. When she speculated that the array entrance was the passage to the fallen god island mystic realm, the crowd didn't have much of a reaction. However, when the white-robed man said this, the crowd became excited. Young hero Xiaoyu is the eldest disciple of the Northern Sand Continent's newly promoted 5-star array sect, the Sky Array sect. Since he said that the array entrance leads to the fallen god island mystic realm, it can't be wrong. Ever since City Lord Qin appeared, the North Sand region has changed with each passing day. In these few years, many top powers have fallen and countless small powers have risen up. This Heaven Array sect is one of the powers that have risen up. How enviable. I heard that Xiaoyu pursued Su Ru'er some time ago. I wonder if the two of them are together now. Some of the discussions fell into Xiaoyu's ears. He revealed a proud expression and said, "Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. I have a way to crack the array entrance of this mystic realm." "That's right, Senior Sister Ru'er. Why don't we form a team and explore this mystic realm? I heard that there are many hidden array entrances in this mystic realm. I can help Senior Sister Ru'er find them." Many people looked at Su Ru'er with envy. Even in the rapidly developing Northern Sand Continent, there were very few array sections. To be able to receive an invitation from a disciple of the Sky Array sect was something that everyone wished for. However, Su Ru'er's expression was cold, and she said calmly, "For Wei Tower will be exploring alone this time. We won't form a team with any forces." Such a great opportunity was rejected by Su Ru'er, causing the crowd to sigh. Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, but he quickly regained his smile and said, "In that case, I won't force you. Fellow Taoists, please wait for a moment. Let me and my junior brothers break the array." The crowd retreated and waited. The 4 disciples of the Sky Array sect assisted Xiaoyu in breaking the array. An hour later, Xiaoyu suddenly threw out dozens of array flags. At the same time, he shouted, "The array entrance has been temporarily opened. I will continue to hold the array entrance. Everyone quickly go in." Chapter 2131. The crowd was overjoyed. Instantly, tens of cultivators entered the formation door. When the rest came back to their senses, they followed. Qin Fen originally wanted to stop everyone from entering the fallen God Sea secret realm because the black mist inside might be devouring bugs. With these cultivator states, they would die if they went in. But these people were too enthusiastic. When Qin Fen came back to his senses, more than half of the cultivators had already entered the formation door. He gave up on the idea of stopping them. Qin Fen leaped into the teleportation tunnel. When he had first entered the Godfall Sea's Mystic Realms teleportation array formation, he had felt dizzy. But now that he had passed through this teleportation tunnel again, he didn't feel anything. Soon, all the cultivators outside the formation door entered the secret realm. At this moment, a few black figures flew over and landed next to Heaven Formation, sect disciple Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu greets the elders. One of the black-robed old men waved his hand. His qi was strong and stable. He had reached the true form realm. If this old man was in the North Sand Continent, he would scare the cultivators there to death. "You did well. Keep tricking more cultivators into entering the secret realm," the old man said. Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by the favor and nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains. "Junior will not dare to neglect the matters entrusted to me by the elders." The few of them nodded satisfactorily and disappeared into the distance. Xiaoyu and the 4 Heaven Formation sect disciples waited for a long while before they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Marshal brother, who are those people? A junior brother asked. Xiao Yu glared at him and reprimanded in a low voice. Don't talk about the elders' identities. Just remember that they are the real, powerful beings of the divine supreme continent. The real powerful beings of the divine supreme continent? The four junior brothers didn't dare to say anything else. They knew that the North Sand continent's cultivation level was the lowest among the four continents. Any powerful being from any other continent could sweep the entire North Sand continent. Actually, even Xiao Yu could not figure out the identities of those people. However, he knew that once he hugged onto their coattails, the Sky Array sect would rise rapidly sooner or later. It was all thanks to the help of those mysterious people that the Sky Array sect was able to grow from an inconspicuous small sect to the number 1 5-star sect in the Northern Sand region in just 1 year. Humph! Suru, you shameless bitch. This is what you get for rejecting me. Xiao Yu suddenly looked in the direction of the array door with a murderous look in her eyes. In fact, he had helped those mysterious people in the fallen god sea mystic realm last year. His mission was to lure the adventuring cultivators into the mystic realm. However, none of the cultivators that he had seen enter the mystic realm came out alive. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Qin Feng found a landing spot. His gaze swept across the surroundings quickly. The fallen god sea mystic realm hadn't changed much. However, he still remembered that the ground he was standing on was once a holy land for an herb garden. However, the herbs in the garden had long been taken away by him. After those cultivators came in, they went crazy and formed their own teams to search for treasures. Qin Feng was very familiar with this mystic realm. He stepped on his flying sword and arrived at a river area. This river was a spirit vein. A few years ago, when he came to explore the mystic realm, many cultivators found the spirit vein and sat beside it to cultivate and break through. Later on, the disciples of the Eastfield continent's god Spirit Mountain appeared and occupied the entire spirit vein, not allowing cultivators from other sects to come close. After so many years, the spirit qi in the river was still very dense. Qin Feng guessed that there was at least a high-grade spirit vein hidden under the river. Moreover, that spirit vein was still there and hadn't been dug away. A high-grade spirit vein was still here after so many years. Qin Feng felt it was strange that a high-grade spirit vein was still here after so many years. After all, there were countless cultivators who came to explore the fallen god sea every year. Could it be that no mighty figure had discovered the existence of this spirit vein? However, at this moment, a layer of faint black mist floated up from the river surface. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. However, Qin Feng didn't even need to look with his naked eyes. The moment the black mist appeared, he sensed a familiar aura. It really is the devouring, celestial insect. Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart. Some cultivators who were cultivating by the river also noticed the abnormality. Where did the black mist come from? Oh no, I heard that there is a devouring black mist in the fallen god island mystic realm. If you see it, you should run for your life immediately. Is this the devouring black mist? Are we that unlucky? The crowd was in an uproar. Some timid cultivators had already left the river and stood on the empty ground hundreds of meters away to observe the situation. There was also a group of Buddhist light and true spirit realm cultivators who were indifferent. Although they had heard about the devouring black mist in the fallen god island mystic realm, they didn't take it seriously. Look at their cowardly faces. They want to cultivate and become immortals with this little courage? I think they can forget about entering the void god realm. Ignore them. The spiritual energy in this river is very dense. It is a holy land for cultivation and breakthroughs. The fewer people who come to cultivate, the more spiritual energy we can absorb. There seems to be something in the black mist. My arm is gone. Where's my leg? Someone cried out in shock, scaring the other cultivators. Before they could look, They were already trapped by the devouring celestial insects. Those flying insects came out of nowhere and instantly devoured the cultivators by the river. When the black mist floated to other places, there was no one left on the empty ground. Monster. There are monsters in the mystic realm. Looks like the legend of the devouring black mist is true. Even Buddhist light and true spirit realm cultivators were devoured instantly. This black mist is too terrifying. Run. Everyone run for your lives. The crowd was in an uproar. The cultivators who were watching from afar immediately ran. But it was too late when they realized the power of the devouring celestial insects. These flying insects were extremely fast and instantly devoured a few more cultivators. At this moment, a figure flew towards the black mist. Some cultivators were dumbfounded. Is that person crazy? Why is he running towards the black mist? I think that young cultivator looks familiar. That's City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin also came to the fallen god island mystic realm. When someone recognized Qin Fun, the news spread quickly. The cultivators who were running suddenly stopped and even forgot about the danger of death. After Qin Fun flew into the black mist, he activated his domain with a thought. Immediately, the magnetic field above the entire river fluctuated violently. In the end, it formed a small crack. The crack was caused by the sword Qi breaking through the domain. However, because Qin Fun's current cultivation level was too low, the crack in the collapsed space was only as thick as a thumb. But just like that, the spectacular scene in front of them shocked everyone. The terrifying devouring black mist jumped into the crack and disappeared without a trace. The sky returned to its original blue. Some devouring celestial insects woke up and tried to escape from Qin Fun's domain. That person really is City Lord Qin. Looks like the rumors were true. After not seeing him for more than a year, City Lord Qin's cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds again. He can even deal with this terrifying black mist. City Lord Qin appeared. We're saved. Because of the formation of the domain, the magnetic field of the entire fallen god island mystic realm fluctuated. Many cultivators rushed over from afar and were all stunned by the magnificent scene above the river. When Square Tower's Su-Ru landed, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Qin Fun, who was hovering in the sky. She felt as if she had not seen him for a century. This guy really came back. Su-Ru muttered to herself. Many memories of her with Qin Fun appeared in her mind. The two of them had participated in the Elixir Conference together and protected the Square Tower against external enemies. Later, her master, Su Xuanfei, had tried to matchmake them, but Qin Fun had rejected her before she could reject him. At that time, Su-Ru was a genius female disciple of the Square Tower, one of the 4 great pill stores. She had become a golden core master at a young age and was also an outstanding martial artist. Many genius disciples of 5-star sects had expressed their love for her, but she had rejected all of them. Su-Ru had hated Qin Fun for a period of time. She felt that this man was too full of himself. But then, Qin Fun's actions had shocked the entire Northern Sandland. He had triggered an unprecedented war in the Northern Sand Continent and attracted many immortal venerables. Then, he had escaped to the South Flat Continent to cultivate. When he returned, he had single-handedly repelled the beast-tide disaster. He had reshuffled the top forces in the Northern Sand Continent and destroyed many arrogant families and forces. He had stepped onto the peak of martial arts in the Northern Sand Continent and even mobilized all the cultivators in the continent to create spiritual energy in the Northern Sand Continent. Now he had even achieved remarkable results. Su-Ru recalled what her master, Su Xuanfei, had said when Qin Fun had rejected her. Now, looking at Qin Fun, who was still safe and sound in the black mist, Su-Ru finally understood her master's words. It was not Qin Fun who had the upper hand in their marriage, but Su-Ru who had the upper hand. Everyone leave this place quickly. This black mist is formed by the devouring celestial insects. The devouring celestial insects are the number one spirit insect in the divine continent. There is almost nothing they can't devour. Qin Fun's voice came from the sky. The crowd was startled awake. Although these cultivators could not come into contact with the devouring celestial insects and had never even heard of them, they knew about the divine continent's spirit insects ranking list. Since the devouring celestial insects were ranked number one, it was enough to show how terrifying this flying insect was. Many people had already left. Su Ru stood rooted to the ground. When she saw Qin Fin again, she realized that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. When they first met, whether it was in terms of alchemy or martial arts, she was slightly higher than Qin Fin. If Su Ru had been playing around all these years, it would have been fine. She had been cultivating day and night, studying alchemy, so why was there such a big gap between her and Qin Fin? Su Ru was very unwilling. Seeing that most of the cultivators had left, Qin Fin leaped and jumped into the river bed. Since spiritual energy floated up from the bottom of the river and the black mist surged out from the river, Qin Fin guessed that there must be something special at the bottom of the river. Qin Fin, what are you doing? Su Ru came to her senses and looked at the river in disbelief. She knew about the devouring celestial insects. They were the legendary insects that flew from the immortal world. No matter how powerful Qin Fin was, he could not jump into the river bed. However, it was too late to say anything now. Qin Fin was long gone, and no matter how she shouted, he could not hear her. Swoosh! In a moment of desperation, Su Ru also jumped into the river. Chapter 2132. The river in the secret realm of the fallen god sea was not as ferocious as the quicksand river in the Dead Sea. Although countless black mists shrouded them the moment they fell into the water, the celestial devouring insects here had not matured yet, so they were not as terrifying as the insects in the first Demon Mountain. Qin Fin immediately deployed his sword domain. When the sword qi surged, the magnetic field in the domain fluctuated violently, forming tiny cracks. A large number of celestial devouring insects strayed into the cracks and disappeared without a trace. The bottom of the river was not deep. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Qin Fin landed on the ground. At first glance, he saw the spirit vein hidden underground. Previously, Qin Fin had guessed that there was at least a high-grade spirit vein at the bottom of the river. Now he realized that it was a half-supreme grade spirit vein. The immortal stone formation was built above the spirit vein, but there was only the formation platform and the 9 spirit crystal pillars. There was no immortal stone compass. Qin Fin guessed that there should be several bases of the immortal stone formation on the 4 continents of the divine supreme continent. Whenever the compass of the immortal stone formation was attacked, the compass would automatically move to another base. Without saying a word, Qin Fin put away the 4 phoenix flowers and then used his domain to drive away all the celestial devouring insects in the 4 spirit quintessence ponds. Only then did he put the spirit quintessence ponds into his astral space. After that, he planned to take away the half-supreme grade spirit vein. However, when he used his divine sense, he found that all the celestial devouring insects had flown into the spirit vein. If he put the spirit vein into his astral world under such circumstances, the astral world that had been built for many years would be completely devoured. However, Qin Fin did not want to give up such a good spirit vein. After thinking about it, he simply sat cross-legged beside the spirit vein and planned to absorb it on the spot to break through to the next realm. The first 3 parts of the creation of heaven and earth art were activated at the same time. Qin Fin immediately felt as if there was a wild force surging in his body. He put on the immortal life armor, and a strong life qi gushed out of it. He felt as if he had gone to another world. When the level 8 spirit gathering formation was formed, a huge vortex appeared with Qin Fin as the center. The vortex expanded rapidly, and after half an hour, it covered the entire lake. Spiritual qi automatically condensed and surged out from the bottom of the lake, forming a magnificent scene of dozens of dragons emerging from the sea. Qin Fin sat cross-legged in the center of the vortex, and the dragons of spiritual qi eventually poured into his body. Rumble. A few hours later, Qin Fin's body rumbled as he stepped into disaster transformation stage 2. However, he had only used 1/5 of that half-supreme grade spirit vein, and the surging spirit qi continued to pour in, filling up Qin Feng's empty body in no time. Time flew by. A beautiful figure landed beside the spirit vein and was immediately shocked by the spectacular scene in front of her. The person who had arrived was the genius female disciple of the four-cornered tower, Su Ru'er. She had actually arrived at the bottom of the river a long time ago, but she had been chased by the devouring celestial bug all the way. She had only managed to find Qin Feng after much difficulty. At this moment, Qin Fin was about to break through again. The astronomical phenomenon above his head changed drastically, triggering the Shirkill lightning tribulation. When the ferocious sea of lightning exploded beside him, he sat motionlessly in the spirit vein as if nothing had happened. It was as if he was bathing in the lightning rain. Su Ru'er was completely dumbfounded. Only now did she truly understand the huge difference between her and Qin Fin. The sea of lightning in front of her was comparable to the attack of a true form expert. Even though Su Ru'er had never seen a true form expert attack before, she could feel that if she went near the sea of lightning, she would be instantly turned into ashes. After watching for a while, Su Ru'er realized that the lightning tribulation had no effect on Qin Fin, which made her relax. As for the subtle change in her emotions, even she did not notice it. When she came back to her senses, Su Ru'er realized another problem. Even the devouring celestial insect did not dare to get close to Qin Fin. Su Ru'er sat cross-legged outside the sea of lightning, feeling the dense spirit qi around her. This was the densest spirit qi she had ever encountered in her life. 3 days later, Qin Fin successfully avoided the tribulation and stepped into disaster transformation stage 3. Su Ru'er also benefited from Qin Fin and stepped into true spirit stage 5. 10 days later, Qin Fin broke through to disaster transformation stage 4, while Su Ru'er was still struggling at the bottleneck of true spirit stage 5. Half a month later, Su Ru'er finally stepped into true spirit stage 6, while Qin Fin found the opportunity to break through to disaster transformation stage 5. However, at this crucial moment, the two of them stopped cultivating. It turned out that the spirit qi in the half-supreme grade spirit vein had been sucked dry by the two of them. True spirit stage 6? I actually broke through to true spirit stage 6 in just half a month. Su Ru'er revealed a look of disbelief after she came back to her senses. Qin Fin had been too focused in his seclusion, so he only noticed Su Ru'er now. Why are you here? Su Ru'er looked at Qin Fin, who was floating above the spirit vein. A destructive aura surged out of his body, making it hard for Su Ru'er to breathe. What realm are you at now? Su Ru'er quickly asked. Qin Fin withdrew his aura and said with a smile, Disaster Transformation Stage 4, just a little bit away from Disaster Transformation Stage 5. Actually, Disaster Transformation Stage 4, or Stage 5, did not mean much to Qin Fin. In the late stages of cultivation, a cultivator's cultivation technique and foundation were very important. If the early stages of cultivation had a good foundation and had an earth grade or above cultivation technique as a support, it would be a piece of cake to kill someone of a higher realm. Su Ru'er was stunned. She was unfamiliar with the term disaster transformation and only reacted after thinking about it for a while. In the past, the northern sand continent's Nihility god realm had reached the peak and was listed as a celestial venerable. Even though the northern sand continent's spirit qi had greatly improved over the past year, and many Nihility god realm experts had appeared, and there were even rumors that some people had reached body condensation, they were still insignificant in front of a disaster transformation divine venerable. Are you sure you've reached disaster transformation? Do you know what disaster transformation is? Su-Ru was in disbelief. Qin understood her feelings and said with a smile, "Of course I know what disaster transformation is. Above nihility God, there's body condensation and cauldron filling. After cauldron filling is disaster transformation, and after that there's true form and true God. Once you reach true God completion, you'll have the chance to become a celestial." Qin did understand the cultivation levels on the divine supreme continent, and this made Su-Ru even more shocked. Therefore, Qin claim that he had reached disaster transformation was not a rumor or ignorance. However, when Qin left the northern sand continent, he had just reached true spirit realm. When he returned in triumph, it was rumored that he was already a body condensation realm expert. This time he had only gone to West Sea continent for a year, and he had already reached disaster transformation. How did you do it? Su-Ru could not understand. Qin thought about it seriously for a while and finally threw a supreme star system into Su-Ru's sea of consciousness. I relied on this top-grade cultivation technique to break through realms so quickly. Since we've met again, it can be considered fate. I'll pass this cultivation technique to you. With your talent and diligence, I believe you'll soon reach disaster transformation or even higher realms, Qin said. Chapter 2133. Su-Ru immediately felt a huge amount of information surging into her brain, almost bursting her brain. But before she had the time to check the content of the message, several black shadows flew over from afar. Grand Elder Gucheng, there are indeed people causing trouble in Green Lake. Not good. All the spirit chi in Green Lake has been absorbed. Where did these ants come from? Come out and die. 6 people flew over. 5 of them had powerful auras. They were disaster, transformation state, and truth, realization state, powerful beings. The voices of the 5 mighty figures were still reverberating in the distant sky, but their figures had already landed in the sky above the river. One of the black-robed elders slapped down from the sky, and the river water surged as a huge crack was blasted open. The crack went from the surface of the river to the bottom. When Qin and Su-Ru looked up, it looked like a hole had appeared above the river. The 5 immediately jumped into the river, and their surging cultivation essence surrounded Qin and Su-Ru. Who are these people? I can't see through their realms. Su-Ru was shocked. She had reached true spirit realm 6 not long ago, and could even see through the cultivation of hollow spirit state powerful beings. Were these people all at body condensation state? A group of disaster transformation state cultivators and a truth realization state. They don't look like they're from the northern sand state, Qin said honestly. Su-Ru's eyes widened. This was the first time she had seen so many powerful beings gathered. Were you 2 ants the ones who took up Green Lake's resources? The old man who had cracked the riverbed with a palm asked. Qin realized that the spirit vein in the fallen god ocean's secret realm was called Green Lake. Since they knew the name of Green Lake, it was very likely that they were the ones who kept the spirit vein here. Not the 2 of us. I used up the spirit vein alone. Qin stood up. The old man was slightly dazed. This was because Qin was only at Nihility God stage level 1. Normally, an ant like him would kneel and beg for mercy if they saw him. How could they be as calm as Qin? You're from the northern sand state? The old man frowned. He didn't expect such a young, hollow spirit state cultivator to appear in the northern sand state. That's right. You used the Green Lake spiritual vein to break through to the virtual God realm. You can think of it that way. In any case, I've already used up the spirit vein. If you want to make a move, then hurry up. Qin attitude was unyielding. The elders were at a loss. They could not see through Qin thoughts at all. This was the first time they had met a cultivator who was seeking death. At this moment, another figure flew over. This person had come with the 5 experts, but he was only in the true spirit realm and was left far behind by the 5 of them. Elders, I'm late. The young man cupped his fists towards the 5 elders as soon as he landed. No one paid any attention to him. Su-ruo, you're not dead yet? The man suddenly looked at Su-ru, then looked at Qin Feng out of the corner of his eye. His eyes fell to the ground. Why your city, Lord Qin? Why are you so surprised? Do you know these 2 people? The old man who slapped the riverbed away revealed an unhappy expression. The young man who rushed over was the eldest disciple of the Sky Formation sect, Xiaoyu. He did not expect Su-ruer to survive after entering the secret realm for so long. He also did not expect to meet the Northern Sand Continent's #1 ultimate god, Qin Feng, in the secret realm. Elder Huan, these 2 are cultivators from the Northern Sand Continent. The woman is a female disciple of the Northern Sand Continent's #1 elixir store, Square Tower. The man, Xiaoyu, stopped mid-sentence. Qin Feng's majestic aura could be heard throughout the entire Northern Sandland. The old man called, he once said angrily, "Don't stammer. Just say what you have to say. With the few of us here, what do you have to be afraid of?" Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, he was only the #1 in the Northern Sand Continent. If he was placed in the other 3 continents, he probably wouldn't even be able to make it into the ranks of the top experts. Huan and the other elders were all disaster transformation experts. How could Qin Feng deal with them? Elder Huan, that person called Qin Feng is the Northern Sand Continent's #1 cultivator, said Xiaoyu. Huan and the others were slightly startled. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be the Northern Sand Continent's supreme martial artist. He didn't look like one at all. Are you sure you got the wrong person? That kid is only at Nihility God, Realm Level 1. How could he become the Northern Sand Continent's #1 cultivator? No matter how useless the Northern Sand Continent's cultivators are, they shouldn't be this weak, right? Huan asked. Xiaoyu was puzzled. That can't be right. A year ago, Qin Feng returned to the Northern Sand Continent. At that time, he was already at body condensation, realm middle stage. He forced back the beast wave by himself. How could he be at Nihility God, realm level 1? Huan was startled. He suddenly said angrily, "Little ant, you dare to use a technique to hide your cultivation in front of me? You're asking for death." Boom! As he said this, Huan struck out with his palm. A giant true yuan palm descended from the void. Just the violent true yuan within the palm was enough to make Su-ru air and Xiaoyu breathless. However, Qin Feng stood there without any change in his expression. Su-ru, air hurriedly reminded him, but Qin Feng didn't seem to hear her. Boom! There was a loud explosion. A layer of black fog covered the empty space where Qin Feng was standing. The black fog extended into the void and covered Huan and the others. However, it wasn't the black fog at all. It was the effect of Qin Feng's domain. When the domain appeared, a strong magnetic field blocked Su-ru, air, and Xiaoyu's spirit senses. All they could see was a world of chaos. Although they couldn't see, they could hear the explosion in the void. Su-ru air's eyes flashed. She felt that the explosion wasn't caused by the opponent's true yuan palm. It was even more violent than the palm. Not good. This guy is at true form realm. How dare you sneak attack? Die. Why can't I move? Senior brother Gucheng, save me. This is a domain. You actually comprehended a domain? Chaotic shouts came from the mouths of the few powerful beings. Su-ru air and Xiaoyu stood there, dumbfounded. They felt that something unbelievable was happening in the sky. Half an hour later, the domain disappeared, and the black fog in the sky dissipated. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't seem to have moved at all. However, he saw that 4 figures were missing from the other side, leaving only the great elder kneeling by the riverside. How? How did you do it? Who are you? Gu Cheng was the only true form realm powerful being, but his clothes were torn and he looked battered. He didn't look like a true form realm powerful being at all. You don't have the right to ask me questions. Let me ask you now, who are you? Qin Feng's voice was cold. Su Ru, and Xiaoyu woke up with a start, but they immediately fell into a deeper shock, especially Xiaoyu. She knew Gu Cheng's power very well. They were disaster, transformation, and true form, powerful beings from the Eastfield continent. How could they be so weak in Qin Feng's hands? Bang! There was a loud explosion. However, only Gu Qing could hear it. That was because the voice was transmitted through his sea of consciousness. Qin Feng didn't move at all, but the spirit sense attack had already bombarded him from 100 meters away. Gu Qing only woke up when his spirit sense was injured. You can choose not to answer, or I can choose to destroy your cultivation. Qin Feng's voice was so cold that it sounded like it came from hell. Gu Cheng's last line of defense was completely broken. He was a first-stage, true form, powerful being, and his spirit sense was already extremely strong. However, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the young man in front of him. I am Gu Cheng from the Eastfield continent. Eastfield continent? Which sect are you from? Qin Feng squinted his eyes. Gu Cheng felt the aura of death and was afraid that Qin Feng would use another mysterious spirit sense attack. He said quickly, Eastfield continent's Kobe sect's disciple. You are a Kobe sect's disciple? Why did you appear in the fallen god sea? Qin Feng had been in contact with the Kobe sect's people and matters recently. He had a feeling that a huge battle was about to happen. Gu Qing had completely given up resisting and said whatever he wanted to say. A few junior brothers and I were ordered by the sect leader to guard an array in the North Sand continent. Are you talking about the Immortal Stone Array? Qin Feng asked directly. Gu Cheng's expression changed, and he almost screamed. You know about the Immortal Stone Array? Who exactly are you? What's your sect leader's name? And how many formation bases did the Kobe sect set up on the divine supreme continent? Qin Feng had many questions about the Kobe sect. Gu Cheng was even more shocked. The Immortal Stone Array was the Kobe sect's top secret. Only a great elder like him would know about it. Even He-Wan and the others who had died not long ago didn't know about it. There was a loud explosion. Qin Feng immediately pulled Su Ru, and retreated. Powerful true essence surged around, and the heat wave instantly melted the air into liquid. The explosion lasted for more than 10 minutes. Xiao Yu of the Heaven Formation sect died tragically. When Qin Feng flew into the aftermath of the explosion again, he found that Gu Cheng was gone. Qin Feng, did that person escape? Su Ruer asked. Qin Feng looked around and shook his head. No, he self-destructed his nascent soul and died. What? Didn't that person reach the true form realm? Why did he self-destruct his nascent soul? Su Ruer couldn't believe it. Qin Feng could guess what Gu Cheng was thinking. The Immortal Stone Array was very important. If he dared to leak the news, the Kobe sect would not let him go. In other words, not only would the Kobe sect not let him go, but they would also kill all his relatives and friends. Let's not talk about that. Go and organize everyone to leave the mystic realm. There are devouring immortal bugs here. We will die if we stay. Qin Feng didn't intend to tell Su Ru about the Immortal Stone Array. What about you? Don't worry about me. I have my own things to do. Qin Feng had already left on his sword. Su Rua looked up at the sky. She couldn't calm down for a long time. In just a few years, the difference between her and Qin Feng was like heaven and earth. Su Ru felt like she was dreaming when she thought about how Qin Feng had killed 5 tribulation transformation stage mighty figures not long ago. All right, Qin Feng gave me a top-notch secret manual. Su Ru immediately used her spiritual consciousness to search through the huge memory that had appeared before. 1 hour later, she was shocked. This cultivation method was too magical. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2134. The North Sand region was getting better, and Qin Fen did not have to worry anymore. After giving the Supreme Star system to everyone, he rushed to the South Flat region. The place Qin Fen really wanted to go to was Spectre City, one of the 8 great danger zones of the South Flat continent. Rumor had it that Spectre City was originally called Spirit Fog City, and it was a holy land for cultivation. However, because of a supreme treasure, a massacre broke out, and countless people died in the city. Qin Fen, on the other hand, had more information. He knew that Spectre City was originally the base of God's One Finger sect. At that time, the founder of God's One Finger, ancestor god Zhu Qing, had built his sect in Spirit Fog City. Then, in order to search for Ah Ku and his junior brother Shin Chi-jun, he traveled around. After that, there was an earth-shattering battle. In the end, God Zhu Qing was defeated and left an immortal weapon in Spectre City. Now, crossing the fallen god sea was a common thing for Qin Fen. A few months later, he safely arrived outside Spectre City in the South Flat region. The city seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. Even Qin Fen's divine sense could not scan in. The tall and majestic city gate had become dull due to the passage of time. Outside the gate, there were ruins on the ground. It was a desolate and dispirited scene. After looking outside Spectre City for a while, Qin Fen could not see anything. However, he found that even though Spectre City was open to the public, there were not many cultivators coming. This was probably the place with the least number of cultivators exploring the 8 danger zones of the South Flat region. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Qin Fen leaped into Spectre City. Ear-piercing screams immediately reached Qin Fen's ears. There seemed to be countless wandering ghosts in the air. Those sounds were clearly divine sense attacks, but they were useless against Qin Fen. When he was in Spectre City, Qin Fen immediately thought of ghosts and ghost cultivators. Could there also be a soul-nurturing formation here? After experiencing the 13 palaces and the 2 Class 9 soul-nurturing formations in the quicksand river of the Dead Sea, Qin Fen no longer had any feelings towards ghost cultivators and ghosts. His current sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and his soul-returning technique had reached great success. With a thought, he could kill powerful ghosts. Spectre City was bigger than Qin Fen had imagined. He could even imagine how prosperous this city had been in the past. It was a pity that Shen Zhuqing had died here because of a lowly person. Unknowingly, Qin Feng arrived at a private courtyard. Although many years had passed, the courtyard was still as good as new. Qin Feng didn't know what materials were used to decorate it. The owner of this courtyard had a very distinguished status. Every room was decorated magnificently, and there were traces of high-grade arrays. When Qin Feng opened the door to the innermost room, a thick black fog surged out, and a strong sense of death surged in his heart. Whoosh! Without thinking, Qin Feng immediately unleashed his domain. At the same time, a divine sense blade was formed. It was like a blade that could split a mountain. Qin Fen's expression flickered as he realized that there was no ghostly aura in the black mist, nor was there any green-eyed soul cultivator in the area. What are these things? Qin Feng couldn't understand. Fortunately, the black fog did not pose a threat to him. It even started to flee in fear after encountering domains and spiritual consciousness blades. Meanwhile, 6 figures landed outside the ghost city. They all wore Xing Kuin sect clothing. One of them was Su Wumian, the elder who had tracked Qin Feng and the green crane blade. Su Wumian had already reached body condensation level 2. He was one of the strongest in the entire South Flat state, but his cultivation was at the bottom of the group. Wumian, are you sure someone entered the ghost city? A gray-haired, long-faced elder asked. Su Wumian cupped his fists respectfully and said, Vice sect leader Su Yin, disciples saw someone enter the ghost city with my own eyes. However, that person was too fast, and I didn't see his face clearly. Su Yin looked at a white-haired elder beside her and asked, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" Not just Su Yin, but everyone's eyes landed on the white-haired elder. This elder was Xing Kuin sect leader Su Kong. He had already reached the peak of body condensation level. Although Xing Kuin sect is the largest smithing sect in South Flat State, we are still only a 6-star sect. In the eyes of those 7-star sects, we are nothing. These years, Xing Kuin sect has sent people to guard the ghost city. When the time is right, they will enter the city and find the legendary immortal weapon. This will give Xing Kuin sect a chance to become a 7-star sect. Now that someone has gone ahead of us, we can't just wait here. Everyone follow me into the city. I want to see who dares to steal the treasure that Xing Kuin sect wants. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kong had already taken the lead and rushed into Spectre City. The other elders immediately followed behind her. Qin Feng didn't know that Su Wumian and the others had appeared. If he did, he would be looking forward to it. When he had first arrived on the South Flat Plain, he had bought a green crane blade from the Stark Earth Artifact Workshop in the town of Mount Pan and obtained a Grade 9 spirit turtle shell. In the end, Su Wumian issued a kill order across the entire city, forcing him to a standstill. Qin Feng had the ability to take revenge a long time ago, but he never found the chance. However, he had to thank Xing Kuin sect. If he didn't get the level 9 tortoise shell from the green crane blade, he wouldn't have opened the door of life in the 13 palaces and wouldn't have gotten the tree of life. Qin Feng had already walked into the room. Very quickly, he discovered that there was a hidden compartment inside. Underneath the compartment, there was a level 8 concealment array. If Qin Feng wasn't a level 8 array immortal, he wouldn't have discovered this secret. After some observation, Qin Feng realized that the black fog in the room came from the underground of the compartment. In other words, the reason why the entire Spectre City was shrouded in a gray fog was because there was a concealment formation hidden under the compartment. Qin Feng's divine sense couldn't reach the bottom of the ground, as if it was blocked by something. He started to study the structure of the array formation in the compartment. 1 hour later, Qin Feng threw out several array flags, and an array formation model appeared on the ground of the compartment. The array was too old. It didn't even last for half an incense stick's time before it exploded. A huge hole appeared on the ground. Qin Feng's divine sense could go in a little, but it couldn't see far enough. After Qin Feng confirmed that there was no danger underground that could threaten his life, he jumped down. In front of him was a large open space. In the center of the space were 4 spirit marrow ponds, and above the spirit marrow ponds floated 4 bright and glistening phoenix flowers. Great heavenly demon array? Qin Feng's expression changed. He was sure that the array in front of him was the great heavenly demon array, and the great heavenly demon array here had already taken shape. There were 9 spirit crystal pillars around the 4 spirit quintessence ponds. Each pillar had an iron chain that extended into a huge pit in the center of the formation. This is the base of an immortal stone array. Qin Feng was shocked. Actually, this wasn't the first time he saw an immortal stone array. What surprised him wasn't the immortal stone array, but the fact that someone had successfully used the great heavenly demon array here. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Bookseller's Mobile. Chapter 2135. Qin Feng finally understood what the black mist was. It wasn't ghost qi, but demonic qi. He seemed to have some understanding of what the Great Sky Demon Array was for. It was an evil technique of devil cultivators. The principle behind it was similar to the soul-nurturing array of ghost cultivators. They were both arrays used to rapidly increase one's cultivation. This great heavenly demon array should have existed for a very long time. That was because the demonic energy within the black mist was very strong. It was also because Qin Feng's current cultivation and divine sense were incomparably powerful that he was able to remain unscathed within the demonic energy. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to enter, they would probably die in an instant. Where did this kid come from? How dare you barge into my cultivation-forbidden area? I want you to die a horrible death. A wild roar came from the giant sinkhole. Immediately, a green mist surged up like a tornado. The mist instantly enveloped Qin Feng. The mist was extremely corrosive, and even the air was corroded to the point of being riddled with holes, like boiling water bubbles. However, Qin Feng stood in the thick fog unscathed. He didn't even need to do anything himself. Ripples appeared on the life immortal armor, and a silver light shone on Qin Feng's body. It was as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. When the green fog came into contact with Qin Feng's life energy, it instantly disappeared. You can block my engulfing demonic mist? How is this possible? The voice came from the sinkhole again. This voice was very old. It seemed to be 1,000 years old. Moments later, the voice went higher. Life immortal armor? You are wearing the life immortal armor? Up until now, Qin Feng hadn't even seen the shadow of the other party. He leaped onto a spirit crystal pillar and used his divine sense to sweep the sinkhole. However, all he could see was a thick fog. He couldn't see through the fog at all. You are from Kobe sect in Eastfield Continent? Qin Feng asked. The mist that surged out of the sinkhole suddenly stopped. The voice became even angrier. Why do you ask? What is your relationship with Kobe sect? Kobe sect and I are enemies. If you are a disciple of Kobe sect, I will kill you. Haha, I am a disciple of Kobe sect? I can't wait to kill everyone in Kodo Gate. Do you know why I'm trapped here? It is because of Kobe sect. The voice came from the sinkhole. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kid, for you to be able to find this place means that you are fated with this senior. I can spare your life. However, you have to save me. After I get out of here, I can give you a lot of cultivation resources. I will also bring you to Kobe sect to take revenge, the old man said. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. He couldn't be sure if what the other party said was true. Although the fog that gushed out of the sinkhole couldn't pose a threat to him. Who knew what realm the old man who was locked underground was at? Let me see your face first. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the mist in the sinkhole quickly dissipated. The sinkhole was several hundred meters deep, and an old man with disheveled hair sat at the bottom of the sinkhole. The old man's entire body was bound by chains that extended from the ground all the way to the ground. Finally, they were fixed on the 9 spirit crystal pillars. Qin Feng was shocked. He did not know who had done such a thing to imprison this old man. It was clear that this old man was someone who had shaken the world in the past. No, you didn't come here to practice the heavenly demon formation. You were imprisoned here. Qin Feng suddenly came to his senses. The mist in the sinkhole returned to normal. Looking from above, it looked like countless dragons were stirring in the sky. The old man's voice was incomparably angry. Brat, to be able to let you see my true appearance is already a great honor for you. Stop asking questions here and there. Hurry up and shatter those 9 spirit crystal pillars. This old man will be able to leave. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of He Need Hate. That old monster was also trapped in the immortal stone formation. He must have been treated the same way as this old devil cultivator. Qin Feng immediately dismissed the idea of letting this old man go. Ever since He Shuhin regained his freedom, he had been collecting the devouring immortal insects. He had even taken the compass immortal stones from several immortal stone formations. If he let this old man go, the divine world would be plunged into chaos. Kid, what are you doing? Don't go. Seeing Qin Feng jump off the spirit crystal pillar and was about to leave the room, the old man's voice became extremely anxious. But Qin Feng didn't stop. He didn't even want the 4 spirit marrow ponds and the phoenix orchid. Don't go. As long as you save me, I can give you a heaven-level sword skill. Qin Feng suddenly stopped and turned back to the side of the sinkhole. You have the heaven-level sword skill. Seeing Qin Feng return, the old man sneered inwardly. Of course I have the heaven-level sword skill. As long as you break the 9 spirit crystal pillars, I promise to give you the skill. Qin Feng wouldn't be fooled so easily. He said indifferently, show me the skill first. A murderous look flashed in the old man's eyes. A moment later, a secret manual flew out of the sinkhole and fell into Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng flipped it open and was stunned. 9-pulse divine sword. Kid, have you heard of the 9-pulse divine sword? Asked the old man. Qin Feng ignored him and quickly scanned through the contents of the secret manual. 9-pulse divine sword, 10,000 swords become one. Sword formation domain, outer world flying. This was exactly the same as the 9-pulse divine sword he found in the sword domain. Rumor had it that the sword domain was where Shen Zhuqing once cultivated in seclusion. After comprehending the sword domain, he simulated a sword domain on the sword peak for people to comprehend and break through. He also left behind a 9-pulse divine sword secret manual. But where did this 9-pulse godly sword come from? Could it be that Shen Zhuqing left it and the old man in the sinkhole found it? The 9-pulse divine sword was created by the South Flat Continent's #1 sect, One Finger God. Why is it in your hands? Qin Feng asked. The old man in the sinkhole laughed maniacally. Haha, One Finger God is a thing of the past. He has been dead for hundreds of years. Now, I'm the only one in the Finger God sect. Of course. This 9-pulse divine sword belongs to me. Qin Feng's expression changed. An unbelievable thought popped up in his mind. You're also from One Finger God. What's your name? The old man seemed a little unhappy, but he still said, A junior like you doesn't have the right to ask for my name, but there's no harm in telling you. I'm one of the founders of One Finger God, Shin Chijuan. The One Finger God you speak of is my senior brother. You're Shin Chijuan? Qin Feng exclaimed. Why do I feel like you know me? And who are you? Shen Chijuan grew suspicious. Qin Feng immediately calmed himself down. He really didn't expect to find Shen Chijuan in Ghost City. According to Aku, Shen Chijuan had disappeared after killing One Finger God. No one would have thought that he would be trapped in One Finger God for hundreds of years. Qin Feng had heard about Shen Chijuan's story from Aku. He didn't like this person at all. He had planned to leave, but Qin Feng suddenly remembered that the immortal weapon left behind by Shen Zhuqing was probably in Shen Chijuan's hands. Senior, I want to save you, but these 9 spirit crystal sky pillars are indestructible. I can't destroy them with my cultivation. Qin Feng looked troubled. Shen Chijuan said, I can give you a weapon. Use that weapon to break the 9 spirit crystal pillars. As long as you save me, I can help you break through to the peak of the true form realm quickly. The true form realm was a height that many cultivators could only dream of. An ordinary cultivator would have been tempted by Shin Chijuan, but Qin Feng didn't care. All right, Senior, please give me the weapon. Shen Chijuan hesitated for a moment. Finally, he used his spiritual consciousness, and a white glow flew out of the crater. Qin Feng caught the white light. It was the radiance of a long sword. The sword was exquisitely carved, as if it was the work of the gods. When his palm touched the blade of the sword, a wave of pure qi flowed into his body, making him feel refreshed. This is the immortal weapon left behind by One Finger God. Qin Feng was shocked. He was sure that the treasure sword in his hand was an immortal weapon. The pure qi was like an immortal stone. Young hero, use the sword to break the spirit crystal pillars. Shin Chijuan said anxiously. Qin Feng didn't move. When he looked at the immortal sword carefully, he couldn't bear to part with it. What's the name of this sword? Shin Chijuan said angrily, Don't worry about that. break the 9 spirit crystal pillars first. Qin Feng said unhurriedly, I can't do that. I have to know the name of such a good sword. Otherwise, I won't use it. It's a great sword, Shen Qijuan said coldly. Although the name is a little lame, it suits this immortal sword. You know, this is an immortal sword? Shen Qijuan's expression changed. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Qin Feng laughed coldly and said, Not only do I know this is an immortal weapon, but I also know that belongs to Senior One Finger. You are worse than a beast. You stole Senior One Finger's sword technique and sword, killed him on the sword peak, and forced Ah Ke to flee. Am I right? Shen Qijuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? Who are you? Who I am is not important. Ah Ke told me all this. Are you disappointed that she is not dead? Qin Feng said. Ah Ke is not dead. Ha! I have been waiting for her in Ghost City. If she dares to come back, I will make that little bitch's life a living hell. It was understandable that Shen Qijuan hated God's finger, but Qin Feng couldn't figure out why he hated Ah Ke so much. Without Qin Feng asking, Shen Qijuan continued, That bitch couple abandoned me and stuck together all day. Later, I went to find Ah Ke and asked her to leave Senior One Finger. But that bitch didn't listen, so I started to take revenge on them. Not only did I kill God One Finger, but I raped Ah Ke. I wanted that bitch couple to suffer. The more Qin Feng listened, the more confused he became. He could hear jealousy in Shen Qijuan's tone. He wasn't jealous of God One Finger, but Ah Ke. You cultivated the demon, Lord Treasured Book? Qin Feng exclaimed. Shen Qijuan's expression changed again. You are really surprising. Not only do you have the life immortal armor, but you also know the demon, Lord Treasured Book. Who are you? Shen Qijuan developed a strong interest in Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly realized that Shen Qijuan was indeed jealous of Ah Ke. He had cultivated the demonic Lord's Bible and became like Li Tao. It turned out that he had fallen in love with Brother God One Finger. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2136. You are neither a man nor a woman. How dare you complain about ruining someone else's family? Today, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens. Qin Feng did not have a good impression of Shen Qijuan, putting aside the matter between him. God One Finger and Ah Ke, the sky demon formation before him, had probably been around for hundreds of years. During this period of time, the spirit fog city had been turned into a ghost city. Countless cultivators had lost their lives in the city. This was obviously Shen Qijuan's doing. Haha, an ant like you wants to kill me? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Shen Qijuan laughed maniacally. Qin Feng finally saw his face clearly. It was a very strange face. It looked like a man and a woman at the same time. His voice had also changed. It was a hermaphrodite. Qin Feng suddenly started to worry about Li Tao. If that guy continued to cultivate demonic skills, would he also look like Shen Qijuan? We will know if I can kill you or not after trying. Qin Feng waved his hand. The great sword let out a crisp sword hum. It was as if a sword gleam had suddenly fallen from the sky. The sword gleam was originally as small as a light spot, but when it landed, it had already filled the sinkhole. There was a loud noise. The sword chi was endless. Thick fog rose from the bottom of the sinkhole. The fog was like an iron wall, blocking the sword gleam in midair. There was a loud sound of metal clashing. After a while, the sword gleam dissipated. The black fog rushed up crazily. It was as if there were countless huge dragons soaring into the sky. Little ant, I have lived for almost 1,000 years. The spiritual chi I have eaten is more than the rice you have eaten. Even if I am trapped in the sinkhole, I can kill you with a single thought. The hermaphrodite voice came again. It formed a response in the sinkhole. It made Qin Feng uncomfortable. This voice was not simple. It had a strong divine sense attack. Qin Fin did not think and used his domain. Instantly he felt that the voice was frozen in the air. Not only could he not hear the voice, but the surging black fog also stopped. It was like a magnificent scenery of clouds on a cliff. You have comprehended domain? This is impossible. When the 1,000-year-old monster, Shin Chijuan, saw through the domain, he was shocked by Qin Fin's power. Qin Fin had long been accustomed to this. He immediately took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned and slashed several divine sense blades. The thick fog that filled the sky was cut into pieces and floated in the air like pieces of paper. Qin Fin stepped on the void and rushed into the pit. His domain also moved and filled the whole pit. Whoosh! The saber light flashed, but there was no sound at all. This was Qin Feng's divine sense condensed into a saber. At the same time, Qin Feng slashed down with his sword. He silently recited the 9-pulse godly sword skill, and countless strands of sword qi merged into one, forming a gigantic heaven-splitting sword. Under the double attack, it felt like the entire sinkhole was shaking violently. Gravel fell from the top, and cracks appeared on the walls. Shin Chi-jun could no longer remain calm. When he saw Qin Feng use the 10,000 swords become one sword technique, his eyes widened in disbelief. He shouted, 9-pulse godly sword? You actually practiced the 9-pulse godly sword to the small success stage? Qin Fin actually did not deliberately practice the 9-pulse godly sword, but when he was comprehending Tao in the Sword Mountain, he naturally understood the true meaning of the 9-pulse godly sword. Now that he had reached the level of sword formation domain, he could form a sword formation in his domain. And the peak of this sky-level sword skill was to use the sword skill to ascend and step into the immortal realm. Instantly, the divine sense blades and the sword light exploded on Shin Chi-jun's body. He roared in pain, and the 9 chains on his body shook violently. It felt like the chains were going to break at any moment. Qin Fin was so scared that he immediately flew out of the sinkhole. He did not dare to continue fighting, afraid that he would accidentally let this big demon go. Ha ha ha. Little ant, why did you stop? I can promise not to fight back. I will stand here and let you hit me. Can you kill me? Shin Chi-jun deliberately provoked Qin Fin, but this kind of child's play was useless against Qin Fin. Instead, it made him even more cautious. I really like the peerless sword you gave me. You can continue to stay in the sinkhole. I will leave first. Qin Fin turned and left. Shin Chi-jun said anxiously, young hero, don't go. That immortal sword is useless to you. Quickly return it to me. Qin Fin did not care about his words. After a few breaths, he flew out of the room and found 6 figures in the room. Who is it? Sect leader Su Kong. He is the one who stole the spirit turtle shell from the Shinkuin weapon workshop. Su Wumian recognized Qin Fin immediately. This kid is the number 1 of this year's South Flat Continent Genius Conference. Qin Fin? The 6 people in the room were the Shinkuin sect leader and the others who had entered the ghost city not long ago. They all knew the value of the spirit turtle shell. Rumor had it that it was the key to opening the door of life in the 13 palaces. They had never expected that the cultivator who had entered the ghost city was Qin Fin. The heavens had opened their eyes. Stinking brat, hand over the treasure you got from the Mountain of Life, and we will leave your corpse intact. Su Wumian said coldly. The others didn't even need to speak. Qin Fin was only at the nihility spirit stage. To these powerful beings, he was like an ant. So it's Shinkuin sect's old thief. I was planning to wipe out your sect when I was free. I didn't think you would come to me to die. Qin Fin smiled coldly. Humph, you don't know your place. Don't think you are so great just because you got number 1. In our eyes, you are just an ant. Su Wumian slapped out with his palm. Fierce true Yuan surged in the room and a giant hand appeared. But before the true Yuan hand could completely form, Su Wumian's attack had already disappeared. Elder Wumian, what are you doing? Shinkuin sect vice sect leader Su Yun asked. Junior brother Wu Mian's aura is gone. What happened? Not good. Wu Mian is dead. Everyone be careful. That guy hid his cultivation. Sect leader Su Kong suddenly shouted. Everyone was shocked. No one could believe that a nihility spirit stage and could instantly kill Su Wumian, who was body condensation state level 2. How did he do it? I didn't even feel a trace of true Yuan ripple. A body condensation state, middle stage, elders said in shock. Actually, even vice sect leader Su Yin didn't know what was going on. However, Su Kong felt a trace of spirit sense ripple. He used a spirit sense attack. Everyone, quickly seal your sea of consciousness. Su Kong yelled, but it was too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded in the minds of the 3 great elders. Only they could hear that intense sound. They didn't even have the chance to speak. Instantly, their expressions turned sluggish. The light in their eyes dimmed. They were no different from idiots. Rumble. Qin Fen's long sword swept horizontally. The bodies of the 3 immediately exploded, and they were completely destroyed. Celestial sword? That kid got a celestial sword. The legend of Ghost City is true. That year, God One Finger really left a celestial weapon in the sect. Today, no matter what, we have to kill that kid and take the celestial weapon. Only Su Kong and Su Yin, the 2 sect leaders, were left. When they recognized the peerless sword in Qin Fun's hand, their eyes shone with greed. Chapter 2137. That's right. The sword in my hand is the immortal weapon God One Finger left behind. It's just that you don't have the strength to take it away. Qin Fun's voice was cold. Su Kong and Su Yun calmed down. Qin Fun was clearly hiding his strength. If he could instantly kill Su Wuyun and them, then he was at least body condensation state, tertiary stage. Xingkuan sect was a 6-star sect in South Pingzhou. Even Su Kong, the sect leader, wasn't very strong, only at body condensation state, peak stage. As for vice sect leader Su Yin, she was still body condensation state, tertiary stage. But the 2 weren't afraid of Qin Fun. To them, Qin Fun was at most body condensation state, peak stage. If they joined forces, they could definitely kill him. Qin Brat, I advise you to hand over the immortal weapon, and we will let you go. Su Kong's tone was cold. Su Yun chimed in. The strength you displayed during the Genius Conference was indeed impressive, but that was only limited to you juniors. If you want to fight against me and sect leader Su Kong, you're still miles away. The 2 actually didn't want to fight Qin Fun. They just wanted to suppress him with their qi. Qin Fun sneered, You 2 don't even have the right to be my opponent. Arrogant ant. I'll show you my true Yuan first. Su Yin was furious. His true Yuan rumbled as if 1,000 layers of clouds appeared behind him. Just then, another powerful wave of true Yuan surged over. Even the black clouds were scared away. When the true Yuan enveloped the 2, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is cauldron filling state qi? You broke through to cauldron filling state? It's not just cauldron filling state. This should be the true Yuan qi of disaster transformation state cultivators. When she heard sect leader Su Kong say the words disaster transformation state, Su Yin instantly felt unwell. In the entire South Pingzhou state, the strongest cultivators were only cauldron filling state peak. There didn't seem to be any disaster transformation state experts. When Qin Fun participated in the Genius Conference, he was only at Hollow Spirit Realm. In just a year, he reached disaster transformation state. When the violent true Yuan attacked, the 2 were instantly swallowed. Su Kong and Su Yin couldn't get an answer anymore and completely disappeared from the divine supreme continent. Killing 2 body condensation state cultivators didn't affect Qin Fun at all. Just as he was about to leave with the sword, a loud bang came from the room where Shin Chijuan was locked up. Not good. Shin Qijuan escaped? Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, and he rushed back to his room. When he returned to the underground secret room, he found Shin Qijuan standing under the 4 phoenix flowers. He seemed to be absorbing the demonic qi in the great sky demon formation. The great devil really escaped. The iron chains on his body broke, and even the 9 spirit crystal pillars collapsed and fell. The entire cave shook violently, and the base of the immortal stone formation seemed to be completely collapsing. Ha ha ha. Stinking brat, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't launched those fierce attacks on me, I'm afraid I would have to wait another few decades before I could come out. Once I've sucked the devil ether out of the great heavenly demon formation, you'll be the first to be killed. Shin Qijuan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Qin Feng realized that he had done something stupid again. If the cultivators of the divine continent knew that he had let go of He Shu-hin and Shin Qijuan, who knew if they would form a team to hunt him down. But it was too late to say anything now. Qin Feng immediately swung his sword at the great sky demon formation that was faintly visible in the sky. A loud explosion sounded, and the great sky demon formation actually cracked. Countless devil ether flew out of the cracks. Ayaya, you little ant! How dare you let go of the devil ether that I've been cultivating for hundreds of years? I'm going to kill you now. Shen Qijuan suddenly went crazy, and he struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm instantly formed a green hurricane, crashing into Qin Feng's abdomen. The hurricane blew the secret room over, and even the room above it was blown over. Qin Feng flew into the sky and immediately escaped on his immortal sword. The immortal sword was so fast that Shin Qijuan couldn't catch up. Moreover, he had used up all his devil ether in order to break free from the spirit crystal pillars. Even if he tried to catch up, he wouldn't be able to. Shen Qijuan finally flew back to the secret room and frantically absorbed the devil ether that was gushing out of the great sky demon formation. As he absorbed, he cursed, "Stinking brat, you'd better not let me see you again, or I'll skin you alive." After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Feng finally let his guard down. He adjusted the direction of the soaring cloud and finally landed outside the 6-star sect, the 100 Intentions sect. This is the 100 Intentions sect's restricted area. If you're not a disciple of our sect, please leave immediately. The disciples guarding the gate immediately flew over, and more than 10 of them formed a human wall in front of Qin Feng. Actually, Qin Feng had come to the 100 Intentions sect to find Zhao Ziyu. Back when he went exploring on Gourd Island, he had made a few good friends, and Zhao Ziyu was one of them. "I'm here to find your elder, Zhao Ziyu. Please inform him." With Qin Feng's current cultivation, he could definitely force his way in. However, he had always been clear about right and wrong. Zhao Ziyu was his good friend, so he had to respect the sect he was in. Knowing that Qin Feng was here to find the great elder, a disciple immediately went to report. Half an hour later, a figure flew over from the sky, and a pleasantly surprised voice called out, "Young hero Qin? It's really you. Senior Zhao, long time no see. How have you been?" Qin Feng was in a good mood after reuniting with his good friend. Zhao Ziyu smiled and said, "I'm very good, but I really didn't expect to see young hero Qin again." Qin Feng understood what Zhao Ziyu meant. More than a year ago at the South Flat Continent Genius Conference, Qin Feng had killed many genius disciples of 6-star and even 7-star sections. He had offended almost half of the South Flat Continent's factions. Even though he had displayed shocking battle strength, the South Flat Continent cultivators still didn't think highly of him, and believed that he would be hunted down by the sects after the conference. Zhao Ziyu thought so too, which was why he was so excited to see Qin Feng again. However, when Zhao Ziyu looked at Qin Feng's cultivation, he was even more shocked. "Young hero Qin, what realm are you at now? Why can't I see through it?" Qin Feng didn't hide it. "Senior Zhao, I've already stepped into disaster, transformation state. Zhao Ziyu rolled his eyes and almost fainted. There probably wasn't a single disaster, transformation state expert in the entire South Flat continent. When he first met Qin Feng was only a false god. How could he have stepped into disaster transformation state in less than 2 years? Young hero Qin, your joke isn't funny. Zhao Ziyu's expression turned serious. Qin Feng said seriously, but I'm not joking with Senior Zhao. If you don't believe me, feel it again. A wave of true essence surged out. There seemed to be a level 12 hurricane outside the 100 Thoughts gate. The row of disciples guarding the gate were shaken back, and even Zhao Ziyu almost couldn't hold on. What realm is this? Young hero Qin, you really stepped into disaster transformation state? Zhao Ziyu was stunned. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Bookseller's Mobile. Chapter 2138. Why would I lie to Senior Zhao? Qin Feng's expression was slightly helpless. Zhao Ziyu couldn't calm down for a long time. The disciples guarding the gate were also in a state of turmoil. In the entire South Flat continent, it was impossible to find a disaster transformation realm master. But Qin Feng was only 30 years old. Yet he had already stepped into the disaster transformation realm. After calming down, Zhao Ziyu invited Qin Feng to the sect as a guest. When the sect leader of the 100 Intentions sect learned of Qin Feng's current realm, he immediately came out of the seclusion pavilion to welcome him. I didn't know young hero Qin was coming. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The sect leader of the 100 Intentions sect was called Zhao Wanwan. He had just reached Cauldron Ekiana realm not long ago. In the South Flat continent, he was already one of the top experts. Actually, when Zhao Wanwan received the disciples' report, he didn't dare to believe it. Now that he saw Qin Feng with his own eyes, he was instantly shocked. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't see through Qin Feng. Sect leader Zhao, you're too polite. I just happened to pass by the South Flat continent and thought of Senior Zhao Ziyu, so I came to visit. Qin Feng smiled. When Zhao Wanwan realized he couldn't see through Qin Feng's realm, his attitude immediately changed. Just now he called Qin Feng young hero, but now he called him senior. Hee. Senior Qin is too humble. In front of your cultivation, Zhao Ziyu and I can only call ourselves juniors. We don't dare to be arrogant. Qin Feng disliked Zhao Wanwan's smoothness. In short, he wasn't as close as when he was with Zhao Ziyu. Even after knowing his current cultivation, Zhao Ziyu didn't reject him, calling him senior. Senior Ziyu, I have something to ask you this time. Qin Feng went straight to the point. If it was just Zhao Ziyu, he could talk for a while longer. Now he just wanted to ask his questions and leave as soon as possible. Young hero Qin, feel free to ask. I'll tell you if I know. Zhao Ziyu smiled. Qin Feng nodded. How much do you know about Godfinger, Senior Ziyu? Zhao Ziyu was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Feng to ask about the Godfinger. Young hero Qin, the Godfinger was a 9-star sect when it was at its peak. However, because of the disappearance of the Godfinger sect leader, the sect declined day by day. Now it's barely a 5-star sect. However, I heard that the current sect leader also disappeared. Now, the Godfinger has become a 4-star sect. Qin Feng knew all that Zhao Ziyu said. Moreover, the current sect leader of Godsfinger was chased away by him. Of course, that was not what Qin Feng wanted to ask. He wanted to know more about Shin Qijuan. After all, he had stolen Shin Qijuan's immortal weapon, the peerless sword from Spectre City. That devil would definitely come looking for him. Senior Ziyu, do you know anything about the 7 monarchs of the god One Finger? Senior Shin Qijuan. Just the mention of this name made Zhao Ziyu reveal an expression of reverence. This was because Shin Qijuan was a true senior of the South Flat continent. I've only heard of the epic battle between Senior Shin Chijuin and Senior God One Finger at the Sword Peak. In the end, Shin Chijuin won. As for other information, I'm not sure. That battle had shaken the entire South Flat State. Even after hundreds of years, it was still being passed down among the cultivators. Qin Fen was slightly disappointed. What Zhao Ziyu knew wasn't a secret. Almost all the cultivators in the South Plateau continent knew about it. Qin Fen had even heard about it from Ku a long time ago. Actually, Qin Fen really wanted to find Ku and tell her about Shin Chijuan. However, he didn't know where to find Ku. Senior Qin, I do know some secrets. Can I share them? Zhao Wanwan suddenly asked. Sect leader Zhao, just say it. Qin Fen perked up. This Shen Chijuan was a famous person in the South Pagoda State. Back then, he and God One Finger stepped into the true God realm almost at the same time. For a sect to produce two true gods was something impossible in the South Pagoda State back then. Hence, God One Finger sect became the #1 sect in the South Pagoda State back then. Martial arts flourished. Later on, Shen Chijuan betrayed them and stole God One Finger's peak sword technique manual. He also killed God One Finger on the sword peak. These are all known to everyone. However, very few people know what happened to Shin Chijuan. Rumors say that he suddenly disappeared. He didn't go into seclusion or ascend to the immortal world. Zhao Ziyu listened intently and couldn't help but ask, Sect leader, where did Shin Chijuan go? According to the secrets, he was sealed by a group of powerful cultivators using a grand array. He hasn't been able to come out, Zhao Wanqian said. That's impossible. Shin Chijuan stepped into the true God realm back then. Who in the South Flat State was his match? How could he be trapped? Zhao Ziyu couldn't believe it. Qin Fen's heart shook. Zhao Wanqian's secret was basically the same as the truth. Zhao Wanqian continued. I didn't believe it at first either. However, I heard another secret. What secret? Zhao Ziyu looked expectant. You should have heard of the Eastfield Continent's senior. Why need hate? Qin Fen's expression changed. What happened to why need hate? That senior had stepped into the true God realm long ago and was famous in the Eastfield Continent. He was in charge of the 9-star sect. However, he suddenly disappeared. There was a secret saying that Why Need Hate was trapped in the North Sand State and hasn't appeared since. Zhao Ziyu shook his head again. This secret is even more suspicious. Why Need Hate's cultivation isn't below Shin Chijuan's. How could he be trapped in the North Sand State? Zhao Ziyu was implying that the North Sand State was lacking in spiritual energy. Even body condensation, realm experts were rare. How could there be someone who could trap a true god? Why need hate? Qin Fen was completely shocked. The two secrets that Zhao Wanqian heard were the truth. Why Need Hate and Shin Chijuan were released by Qin Fen. Sect leader Zhao, where did you hear these secrets? Qin Fen asked. I don't remember. I heard it a long time ago. I didn't think much of it back then. However, I had a guess. Maybe there's a mysterious force in the divine supreme continent that specializes in killing top, revered realm experts and stopping other forces from developing. Qin Fen was impressed by Zhao Wanqian. This old man's imagination was really big. If he was on Earth, he would definitely be a great writer on the internet. If it's really like what sect leader said, that mysterious force is too strong. Even a true God Almighty could be trapped. Zhao Ziyu's words were filled with doubt. He didn't agree with Zhao Wanqian's guess. However, Qin Fen felt that his guess was very close to the truth. After he saved Shin Chijuan and Why Need Hate, the two of them expressed that they had a grudge against the Eastfield Continent's God Clan. The two of them should have been trapped by the God Clan. Sect leader Zhao, other than the two secrets you mentioned, do you have any other secrets? Qin Fen was interested. Zhao Wanqian tried hard to recall, and his eyes lit up. That's right. Back then, The other true God Almighty Realm expert in the South Flat continent disappeared overnight and hasn't appeared since. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile, Chapter 2139, which Almighty Senior? Qin Fan asked. Young hero Qin, do you know Tiantong City? That senior was the city lord of Tiantong City. Nan Tianjue, said Zhao Wanqian. Tiantong City? That's the largest public city in South Pingzhou? Qin Fan was surprised. That's right, it's that Tiantong City. Of course Qin Fan knew about Tiantong City, and it was still fresh in his memory. The South Pingzhou Genius Conference was held in Tiantong City. Qin Fan showed his prowess in the conference and killed many genius disciples from 6-star and even 7-star sections. When the conference ended, those sects wanted to kill Qin Fan, but the 4 elders of Tiantong City appeared and saved him. The 4 elders all had systems, and their system levels were very high. Even Qin Fan couldn't see through them back then. Zhao Wanqian continued. Ever since Senior Nan Tianjue disappeared, Tiantong City has been under the control of Tianming and the other 3 elders. As for the current city lord, his identity is extremely mysterious. Even I have never seen him in person. Qin Fan was more shocked as he listened. He felt that Zhao Wanqian's guess was correct. Those godly venerable experts who suddenly disappeared were suppressed by a mysterious force, and the mysterious force was most likely the Eastfield Continent's Kobe sect. If that was the case, then the current city lord of Tiantong City was most likely from the Kobe sect. In addition, the 4 elders of Tiantong City had systems, so they could speculate that the Kobe sect's cultivation technique inheritance was the system. Are there any more secrets about the sudden disappearance of peak experts? Qin Fan seemed to have found a clue. Zhao Wanqian shook his head. I've only heard of these 3 experts. However, during the peak of cultivation in the Divine Continent, there were 12 Supremes. Those 12 seniors were the first to step into the true God realm and could ascend to the immortal world at any time. However, the 12 Supremes have long disappeared. Only the sect master of the Eastfield Continent's Kobe sect is still around. If Senior Qin wants to investigate this matter, you can start by looking for the 12 Supremes. Zhao Wanqian could see that Qin Fan was very concerned about this matter. Sect Master Zhao, you mean that the 12 Supremes were suppressed by a mysterious force? Zhao Wanqian said, this is only a bold guess of mine. Everything will be decided by Senior Qin. Zhao Ziyu was shocked by the conversation between the two. If it was as the sect leader had guessed, and there was a mysterious force suppressing the divine Supreme Continent's top-notch honorable martial artists, then what was the other party's goal? Qin Feng had already left the 100 Intentions sect. This visit was of great significance to him, as it gave him a new direction. Since he had come to the South Flat Continent, Qin Fan planned to go to Sky Connection City to take a look. There was one thing he could not understand. If the current Sky Connection City Lord and the 4 elders were from the Kobe Gate, why did they protect him back then? As the largest public city in the South Flat Continent, Sky Connection City used to be bustling with activity. However, this time, Qin Feng saw a desolate scene. There was no one on the streets, and the shops were all closed. The sky in the depths of the city was shrouded in a gray haze. When Qin Fan used his divine sense to scan the area, he discovered that he couldn't see through the gray haze. What's going on here? Qin Feng rushed towards the city. On the way, he saw a group of 4 people and immediately flew down to ask. The 4 people were obviously shocked by Qin Feng's appearance. They probably didn't expect that someone would dare to enter Sky Connection City. One of them suddenly exclaimed, "You're young hero Qin." The other 3 also recognized Qin Feng. Wasn't this the person who showed his prowess in the Genius Conference held in Sky Connection City more than a year ago? They didn't expect to see him here. You know me, young hero Qin. We are disciples of the Cloud Moon Gate. "We saw young hero Qin's prowess in the Genius Conference last time," said the older man. Speaking of Cloud Moongate, it was one of the 4 seven-star sects in the South Flat continent. During the Genius Conference that year, Qin Feng killed his way out and scared Cloud Moongate's representative, Gu He, into leaving without a fight. "This is Sky Connection City, right?" Qin Feng went straight to the point. The older disciple hurriedly nodded. "Yes, young hero Qin." "Then why is there no one here?" "I remember a year ago, Sky Connection City was filled with people." The 4 people looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. After the older disciple came back to his senses, he immediately said, "Young hero Qin probably just came out of seclusion, right? The matter of Sky Connection City has already spread like wildfire. Almost all the cultivators in the South Flat continent know about it. Just half a month ago, there was a sudden explosion in the city, and then a mysterious black fog enveloped it. Many cultivators were swallowed by the black fog, and no one could be seen anymore. After that, everyone panicked and left Sky Connection City one after another, so it became like this." After Qin Feng finished listening to the narration of the Cloud Moongate disciple, he immediately thought of the devouring immortal bug. It seemed that Sky Connection City also had a base of the immortal stone great array. "Since it's very dangerous here, why didn't you leave?" Qin Feng suddenly asked. "Young hero Qin, we are actually very afraid of encountering the black fog, but Sky Connection City is filled with treasures now." "We risked our lives to come here," said a disciple. Qin Feng immediately understood. A large number of cultivators died in Sky Connection City, and the storage rings left behind by those cultivators were all resources. Furthermore, there were many pill shops and weapon shops in the city. Now that the shops were empty, wouldn't those pills and spirit weapons be taken away at will? Qin Feng didn't care about those cultivation resources. He had already left on his sword and flew towards the depths of the city. The 4 disciples of Cloud Moon were still waiting for Qin Feng to speak. After waiting for a long time and seeing that he didn't say anything, they looked up and realized that he had already left. "I didn't expect that Qin Feng was still alive. Didn't the forces of the South Flat continent chase after him?" A disciple was puzzled. The older cultivator immediately reprimanded. "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful that young hero Qin hasn't gone far." That disciple was so scared that his face turned pale. More than a year ago, Qin Feng was able to sweep through all opponents in the Genius Assembly. No one could see how powerful he was now. Sky Connection City was far more vast than Qin Feng imagined. An hour later, he truly flew into the dusky land. At this time, he had already flown into the range of the city, and below him was a mountain range. However, in this seemingly desolate valley, the spiritual energy was several times denser than in the city. Soon, Qin Feng found the source of the gray fog. It floated out from a hidden valley. When he stood at the bottom of the valley, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. This gray fog wasn't the devouring immortal bug, nor was it demonic qi or yin qi. It was extremely dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy floated and covered more than half of Sky Connection City. The spiritual energy was like the morning mist, and water droplets appeared on Qin Feng's face. However, these weren't water droplets. They were raindrops condensed from spiritual energy. When Qin Feng had set up a spirit gathering formation to help Hongming break through to the true form realm, it had triggered a spirit rain. Although that spirit rain was more spectacular than the one before him, it only covered the vicinity of the second demon peak. At this time, the spirit rain was fine and lingering, covering more than half of the sky above Sky Connection City. Chapter 2140. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the valley, planning to use the spirit rain to cultivate. When he carefully felt the spirit rain's aura, he found that the spirit rain here was much purer than the one Hong Emo had caused when he broke through. There was even a faint aura of immortal stones. Qin Feng quickly set up a level 8 spirit gathering formation. The spirit rain seemed to find a direction and gathered, forming a whirlpool in the sky. It flowed into the formation like a huge dragon. Qin Feng used the fortune of heaven and earth skill and placed the remaining immortal stones in the formation. Immediately, spirit energy boiled and flowed into Qin Feng's body. His energy center expanded quickly. Half a day later, there was a loud sound in his body. He had successfully entered disaster transformation state, level 5. This spirit rain was really magical. There seemed to be no bottleneck when cultivating. 3 days later, Qin Feng entered disaster transformation state level 6. 7 days later, he was disaster transformation state level 7. Qin Feng felt that he could continue breaking through without any obstruction from the heavenly Tao. However, the spirit rain in the sky suddenly disappeared. What a pity! If the spirit rain had continued for another 10 days to half a month, I would have a chance to enter the true form realm. Qin Feng sighed. When he felt the vital energy in his body, he found that it was many times stronger than before. However, at this moment, a loud sound came from a mountain peak, not far away. That majestic mountain suddenly collapsed, and several figures flew out from it. Nantianju, you won't be able to escape. I advise you to surrender, or else you'll die. This old guy almost tore space and flew into the celestial world. We can't let him live. 5 people flew out of the mountain. 4 of them were in a row, and the other was a white-robed old man. Qin Feng knew all 4 of them. They were Tianming and the other 3 elders. When he heard the white-robed old man's name, his heart shook. You ants have trapped me for hundreds of years. Today, you stop me from ascending. If I don't kill you all, I won't have this cultivation, Nantianju said angrily. Qin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the spirit rain was so powerful. It allowed him to rise 3 levels in half a month. It was the spirit rain formed by a peak true god, cultivator, breaking through to the celestial realm. Very quickly, the 5 of them discovered Qin Feng's existence. Tianming's expression changed, and he quickly calmed down. So it's young hero Qin. A monster has appeared in Tiantong City, and our 4 elders are fighting against him. Young hero Qin, please leave this place quickly. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Tianming's words and said to the white-robed elder, Are you senior Nan Tianjue? You know me? Nan Tianjue was surprised. Why were you trapped here for hundreds of years? Qin Feng only asked. Nantianju said, These people are the disciples of the Eastfield Continent's Kobe sect. The Kobe sect has gone mad. They actually started setting up the Immortal Stone Grand Formation hundreds of years ago. The formation's effect is to seal a world, preventing the cultivators of the divine supreme continent from ascending to immortality. Not only that, the leader of the Kobe faction, God King Su, has also trapped a group of cultivators who are about to ascend to the deity realm in an attempt to rule the entire divine supreme continent. Qin Feng had this speculation when he was at the 100 Intentions sect. Now that his speculation was confirmed, he was still shocked. Nan Tinjue continued, Young hero, the Kobe sect is not only my enemy, but the entire divine supreme continent's cultivator's enemy. Now, you just need to help me hold those 4 people back temporarily. Once I recover my quintessential essence, I can kill them. Tianming laughed and said, Haha, old thief, you really know how to make up stories. The 4 of us are native cultivators of the Southfield continent. When did we become the disciples of the Eastfield continent's Kobe sect? The other 3 elders also spoke. Young hero Qin, this person is the devil of the Southfield continent. He has committed many evil deeds and killed countless people. Leave this place first. We will eliminate this devil. If we let this devil escape today, the Southfield continent will never see the light of day again. All right, young hero, you should leave first. This is a grudge between me and the Kobe sect. It's better not to implicate you. Nan Tianjue's thoughts changed. He could see that Qin Feng was only at disaster transformation stage 7, while Tianming and the other 3 were almighties who had stepped into the true form realm. Nand, Tianjue Qianbei, if I save your life today, can you promise to do one thing for me in the future? Qin Feng suddenly said. They were dazed and didn't know what he was thinking. Tianming's for elders' faces went cold. Clearly, their patience had run out. Young hero Qin, you better leave quickly or the consequences will be unimaginable. If young Master Qin really helps that devil, then don't blame us for being rude to you. Qin Feng didn't seem to hear their threats. He looked straight at Nan Tianjue and said, Qianbei, what do you think of my suggestion? Nan Tianjue was surprised. He didn't know where Qin Feng got his confidence from. A mere disaster transformation state dared to say that he could save him from 4 truth realization state cultivators. Okay, as long as you can save me, I'm willing to do one thing for you. Nan Tianjue finally agreed. He had been trapped under the Tiantong Mountain for hundreds of years. He couldn't miss any chance to escape. Truly an ant that doesn't know death. Senior brothers, go and kill Nan Tianjue. Leave Qin Feng to me. A gray-robed elder charged at Qin Feng with a sneer in his eyes and casually struck out with his palm. Immediately, a quintessential essence giant hand descended from the sky. The gray-robed elder's truth realization state power was displayed. The void shook and the air rippled like water, instantly reaching Qin Feng's head. Tianming and the other 2 charged at Nan Tianjue at the same time. They couldn't even be bothered to look back. When their junior brother attacked, they already knew that Qin Feng was dead. Nan Tianjue looked into the sky and lost his confidence. He still had to rely on himself. Rumble! There was a loud explosion in the sky. However, the commotion was more intense than everyone had imagined. Tianming and the other 2 couldn't help but look back. Their eyeballs fell to the ground in shock. Qin Feng was hovering in the air on his flying sword. His white robe was blown by the quintessential essence, but he wasn't injured at all. His aura was also calm. However, Elder Tianxing was nowhere to be seen. There was only a large pool of blood on the ground. What's going on? Tianming was shocked. 4th brother's aura disappeared. Is he dead? Another elder was in disbelief. Who killed 4th brother? Does that Qin brat have that ability? Tianming and the other 2 regretted it. If they had known earlier that 4th brother would attack, they would have taken a second look. They wouldn't have acted like this. However, someone clearly saw the moment when Qin Feng killed Elder Tianxing. Nan Tianjue's eyes were filled with shock. When Tianxing's quintessential essence hand was about to land on Qin Feng's head, Qin Feng's sword slashed through the air and directly split the hand. At the same time, Tianxing's physical body and nascent soul body were also shattered. Immortal artifact. That young hero actually has an immortal artifact. Nan Tianjue was shocked. It was just a glimpse, but he could see the grade of the peerless sword. No matter how 4th brother died, it won't be wrong to kill Qin Feng first. Tianming and the other 2 also came back to their senses. Boundless killing intent surged from their bodies as they pressed towards Qin Feng. This time, before the opponent's attack landed, Qin Feng attacked first. He instantly flew above the 3 of them and swung his hand. A white light pillar slashed down, sweeping up a sword chi hurricane. When he was still in the mid-stage disaster transformation state, Qin Feng could kill early-stage true form experts. Now that he had broken through to the late-stage disaster transformation state and had an immortal artifact, it was even easier to deal with true form experts. When the immortal artifact slashed down, the vast sky seemed to be split in half. As long as the sword chi was in its path, there would be no chance of survival. One of the elders tried to forcefully resist Qin Feng's attack, but he instantly disappeared in the surging sword chi. Rumble. Another true form expert was dead. Tianming and the other two were dumbfounded. They still remembered that when they saved Qin Feng 2 years ago, he was still at the Void Spirit Realm. In just 2 short years, he could actually kill early-stage true form experts. Your growth is beyond my expectations. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you stay back then. Tianming was filled with anger. Qin Feng sneered and said, It's too late to regret now. The Kobe family is heartless. You destroyed the path of ascension for billions of cultivators in the entire divine continent for your own benefit. Evil people will eventually get their retribution. It's not that the time hasn't come yet. And now it's time for retribution. Qin Feng slashed down with his sword again, and another elder was killed. The scene of killing a true form expert with 1 slash was so spectacular that even Qin Feng felt excited. Tianming saw that the situation was hopeless, so he immediately flew away on his sword. Before Qin Feng could chase after him, there was a loud explosion in the distant sky. Nantianju was still in his original position. He didn't attack, but he had already killed Tianming. Divine Consciousness Attack. Qin Feng suddenly woke up. Although he could also use divine consciousness attacks to kill powerful cultivators, it was still difficult to do so from such a long distance. It was obvious that Nantianju's divine consciousness was many times stronger than his. However, after this attack, Nantianju's face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that he had used all his strength to kill Tianming. I failed to ascend to immortality and suffered the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Now, I am seriously injured and my realm has fallen, Nantianju explained. Qin Feng took out some healing elixirs, but Nantianju didn't accept them. I appreciate young Hero Qin's kindness, but these elixirs are useless to me. I need to go into seclusion to recuperate for a period of time. Young Hero Qin, please protect me. Okay, Senior, go into seclusion with peace of mind. I will guard the cave entrance. Nantianju entered the cave abode while Qin Feng went to look for the storage rings of the 3 elders in Tiantong City. The rings were rich in resources. There were billions of spirit stones, all kinds of king elixirs, high-grade spirit herbs, and many materials for refining weapons and setting up arrays. However, these weren't what Qin Feng was looking for. He was looking for the system. Back then, he knew that Tianming and the other 3 possessed systems. However, why didn't he see the system after killing Tianxing and the other 2? Master, the other party might have also inherited the system. So the system disappeared automatically after he died, Little Pig suddenly said. Qin Feng didn't understand. Then why did Hua Xiao's mecha system still exist after he died on Earth? Because that mecha system was a main system, just like the Hedonist sovereign system that Master has now. It wasn't obtained through the inheritance of the system, Little Pig said. Qin Feng thought of his greatest opponent on Earth, Ling Jiutian. When he killed Ling Jiutian, he also didn't find the system. That Ling Jiutian inherited the system? First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2141. Little Pig said, Ling Jiutian's system should be inherited. In fact, there are pros and cons to both the main system and the inheritance. The main system is more complete and can develop more functions, but the growth process of the host is also relatively slow. On the other hand, the inheritance is a simplified system, easy to use, and the growth of the system owner will be faster. After Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Jiutian was always better than him. The system's level was far ahead, so that guy got the inheritance of the system. Nantianju, flying immortal, failed and his realm regressed. Just like North Sand Continent's Square Tower's bright Moon Tower Master, he failed to break through to Hollow Spirit Realm, causing his realm to fall. Qin Feng guarded outside the cave abode. He used this free time to cultivate. He had just absorbed the spirit rain and leveled up 3 levels. He needed to stabilize his current realm. 2 months later, a few black figures landed and startled Qianfen out of his cultivation. Qianfen originally thought that they were cultivators from the South Flat continent who had come to explore. But when his divine sense swept through the auras of the 6 people, his expression immediately turned solemn. The lowest realm among the 6 was disaster, transformation, state, peak stage. Even Qianfen couldn't see through the highest. All 6 of them were unfamiliar faces. They were probably not South Flat Continent cultivators. After the 6 landed, they immediately surrounded Qianfen. The disaster transformation state peak stage old man shouted coldly, "Junior, who are you? Why are you here? Where are the 4 elders?" Qianfen couldn't figure out the other party's identity. Plus, Nantianju was in seclusion, so he couldn't act rashly. I passed by this place and found that there was plenty of spirit qi here, so I took a break. What's the matter? Qianfen pretended to be confused. The disaster transformation state, peak stage, old man wasn't easy to talk to. He yelled with a bad attitude, "How many days have you been resting here? This was originally a bustling Tiantong city. Why has it become so deserted?" Qianfen suppressed his anger and said, "I already said I passed by this place. I only stayed for 3 days. When I came, this place was already like this. How would I know what happened here before?" The little old man was enraged. "You little ant of the younger generation. This old man is already giving you face by asking you a question, yet you still dare to answer so unwillingly. I think you must be tired of living." The old man was about to attack, but before he could make the first move, a white light flashed. When they came back to their senses, there was a loud explosion. The disaster transformation old man died on the spot. What's going on? Was it that kid who killed them? He's just at the late stage of disaster transformation. How could he instantly kill junior brother Skysway? The number of disaster transformation state cultivators in the South Flat state can be counted on one hand, but this kid looks unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the South Flat state. Who cares where he came from? Since he dared to kill our junior brother, we'll kill him first. The remaining 5 people were filled with anger, but before they could make a move, the black-robed old man whose realm Qianfen could not see through said, "Did you destroy this place? You also killed Tianming and the other 3 elders, right?" Qianfen knew he couldn't avoid this trouble today, so he just said, "I killed the 4 elders of Sky Pass City. Are you their accomplices?" The 5's expression changed drastically. Tianming and the other 3 were disaster transformation state to truth realization state. Qianfen was only disaster transformation state, level 7. How did he kill a truth realization state powerful being? The black-robed old man's voice went cold. "I'm the city lord of Sky Pass City, Tianfeiyu. Tianming and the other 3 are all my disciples. You dare to kill my people? I'll get revenge for my disciples today." Before they attacked, Qianfen quickly said, "You guys are also from the Kobe sect, right?" The 5's expression changed. They had been in the South Flat state for a few hundred years, and no one had seen through their identity. "Who are you?" The black-robed old man's killing intent surged. Qianfen immediately felt the danger of death. He originally wanted to fight the old man head-on, but now he completely gave up on that thought. Who I am isn't important at all. What's important is that I let Nantianju go. Nantianju. Other than anger on their faces, the 5 finally revealed some panic. Nantianju was one of the 12 supremes of the Divine Supreme continent back then. He had stepped into the true God realm long ago and could ascend to immortality at any time. Even the black-robed old man that Qianfen couldn't see through wasn't a match for him. "Where is Nantianju?" the black-robed old man asked. "Haven't you guys sensed it? He's behind you." Qianfen sneered. The 5 immediately broke out in a cold sweat. A true god, powerful being standing behind them, was no different from a grim reaper standing behind them. They immediately used their divine sense to scan the area, but they couldn't find anyone else within a radius of 10 miles. The black-robed old man suddenly woke up and roared furiously, "That brat is playing with us! Kill him!" As soon as the old man finished speaking, a loud sound was heard. However, it wasn't an attack launched by the 5 of them. A resplendent white light appeared again and instantly enveloped the sky above the 5 of them like a waterfall falling from the sky. What sword technique is this? How can the aura be so fierce? The 5 of them were stunned. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted, "It's not the power of a sword technique, it's the power of a sword. That kid is holding an immortal artifact." The 5 of them were shocked once again. Immortal artifacts were very rare in the divine supreme continent. They didn't expect a young junior to obtain one. The news of the immortal artifact made them forget that they were in the sea of swords. When they came to their senses, they immediately circulated their essential vitality to resist. However, the 2 old men were still sent flying by the ferocious sword aura and vomited blood after falling to the ground. "Little ant, if you leave the immortal artifact behind today, I can consider leaving your corpse intact." Tian Feiyu leaped forward. He was so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture his movements. Even Qin Fun's spiritual sense could see him flickering like a light dot. Suddenly, a dangerous aura surged behind him. Qin Fun didn't even think about it and slashed with his sword. A loud sound reverberated in the air, but Qin Fun's expression changed drastically. His sword slashed through the air, and Tian Feiyu's real attack came from the side. Rumble! The giant essential vitality hand sent Qin Fun flying. After he fell to the ground, the essential vitality in his body was in chaos. He felt as if his entire body was being pricked by needles when he tried to circulate it. Tian Feiyu immediately followed up with his attack. He had no intention of giving Qin Fun a way out. When the giant quintessential essence hand blotted out the sky, Qin Fun felt an unprecedented despair. He immediately wanted to enter the astral world to save his life, but he saw Nan Tianjue fly out of the cave abode. Swoosh! When Qin Fun saw Nan Tianjue's figure, a loud sound came from above Qin Fun almost at the same time. At some point in time, Nan Tianju was floating in the air, holding up the entire sky with one hand. Tian Feiyu's quintessential essence hand seal was easily shattered like a piece of tofu. In the end, his quintessential essence aura dissipated without a trace. "Nan Tianjue, you really escaped." Tian Feiyu's expression changed drastically. When Nan Tianjue saw Tian Feiyu, it was as if he had seen his father's murderer. A majestic aura surged from his body, suffocating Qin Fun. Chapter 2142. Tian Feiyu, an ant like you imprisoned me for hundreds of years. Now that I've finally broken free from the ray formation, you'll be my first target. Nan Tianju leaped forward and instantly appeared in front of Tian Feiyu. Before Tian Feiyu could react, he sent him flying with a palm strike. A rain of blood rained down from the sky as Tian Feiyu's body exploded. Nan Tianju immediately clenched his fist, conjuring a giant hand made of quintessential essence in the sky that caught Tian Feiyu's fleeing nascent soul. "Senior Nan Tianju, please spare me. I didn't trap you here. It was King Void God who trapped you here." Tian Feiyu immediately begged bitterly in the face of death. Nan Tianju's emotions fluctuated when he heard the name King Void God. He exerted some force in his palm, and Tian Feiyu's miserable shriek was heard in the sky. "Senior, please spare me. I can take you to King Void God." Tian Feiyu said anxiously. The other 4 old men stood in the distance, stunned by Nan Tianju's power. Tian Feiyu was their senior brother and a late-stage true form realm expert. However, he could not fight back against Nan Tianju and turned into his infant body in one move. "Do you think I can't find Ling Wanyan? Do I need you to lead the way? Rumble. With a furious roar, Nan Tianju clenched his fist, and Tian Feiyu's infant body exploded. The four old men were startled and immediately fled on their flying swords. However, they heard four consecutive loud sounds in the sky, and the four of them were instantly destroyed. Qin Fen was dumbfounded as he watched. Even though he had killed a true form expert instantly before, he had done it with a sneak attack and a full-powered attack. He was nothing like Nan Tianjue, who was so calm and composed. Qin Fen was able to kill a true form expert instantly. Young hero Qin, thank you for helping me this time. I've already recovered 30 to 50% of my strength. Nan Tianju smiled amiably at Qin Fen. He looked like a different person from the murderous god just now. Qin Fen's mouth twitched. It turned out that Nan Tianju had only displayed 30 to 50% of his strength. Senior, what realm are you at now? Qin Fen was curious. Nan Tianju did not hide anything. I reached the peak stage of true god a long time ago and should have ascended to the immortal world. However, I haven't ascended because of Ling Wanyan. Qin Fen's expression changed slightly. Ling Wanyan is King Void God. Exactly, Nan Tianjue said. Qin Fen couldn't help but think of Ling Jiutian. Ling Jiutian had the same surname as Ling Wanyan, and he had inherited the system. This was obviously not a coincidence. It meant that Ling Jiutian was also a member of the Kobe Triad. But the Kobe clan was a force of the Eastfield continent, so why would Ling Jiutian appear on Earth? Young hero Qin, I still have something to do. You saved me this time, and I promise to do one thing for you. If young hero Qin has already thought about it, you can just say it. If you haven't, then I can only take my leave first. I will repay young hero Qin's kindness in the future, Nan Tianjue said. Qin Fen came back to his senses. Senior, I want you to help me find the 12 Supremes. 12 Supremes? What do you want to do? Nan Tianjue's expression changed slightly. I plan to lead everyone to Kobe Gate and kill King Virtual God, Qin Fen said solemnly. Nan Tianjue revealed a look of disbelief. Now that King Virtual God was famous and was known as the #1 martial artist in the Divine Continent, all forces avoided Kobe Gate. Who dared to find trouble with them? Young hero Qin, you are not Ling Wanyan's opponent. I advise you to give up on the idea of fighting him. His strength is far more terrifying than you think, Nan Tianjue advised. Qin Fen's expression was firm. If we gather the 12 Supremes, will our chances be high? Nan Tianjue was surprised by Qin Fen's idea. He didn't know what kind of grudge Qin Fen had with Ling Wanyan that made Qin Fen want to find the 12 Supremes to deal with Ling Wanyan. But Nan Tianjue knew that this method wouldn't work because the 12 Supremes had long gone missing. Young hero Qin, the 12 Supremes had the same experience as me. They were framed by Ling Wanyan. Now, we don't know if the others are alive or dead. There has been no news of them for a long time. It's impossible to find them, Qin Fen said. Senior Nan Tianjue, I have seen Shin Qijuan and He Shuhin. They are still alive. What? You saw those two? Where did you see them? Nan Tianjue was shocked. Qin Fen told him the truth. When Nan Tianjue heard it, he was even more surprised. Young hero Qin, are you the one who is going through the tribulation? Every time I break through, I will trigger a fatal lightning tribulation. The identity of the person who is going through the tribulation should be real, Qin Fen said. Nan Tianjue nodded. To be able to trigger a fatal lightning tribulation, it must be the Divine Lord who is going through the tribulation. Now that the tribulation that happens once in 1,000 years has arrived, according to what young hero Qin said, the new tribulation is very likely to be the flying immortal tribulation. If we don't eradicate the Kobe faction as soon as possible, the cultivators of the Divine Continent will never be able to ascend to the flying immortal realm. Qin Fin cupped his fists and said, "That's why I sincerely ask Senior to find the 12 Supremes. When everyone is gathered, we should have a chance to fight the Kobe faction together." "Good. I will do my best to handle this matter. After half a year, we will meet at the Eastfield Continent's Spirit Breath City. At that time, regardless of whether the 12 Supremes are gathered or not, I will meet young Hero Qin there," Nan Tinjua said. Qin Fin nodded. He had originally planned to find the 12 Supremes by himself. Now that he had Nan Tinjua's help, he could use this half a year to break through. It should be known that his disaster transformation stage 7 cultivation level was not worth mentioning in front of the Kobe faction. Nan Tinjua also saw this problem. Before he left, he suggested, "Young Hero Qin, your cultivation level is slightly lower. You can go to the Eastfield Continent's Divine Herb Valley to break through first. If the opportunity is good, it won't be a problem for you to step into the true form realm." After the two of them said goodbye, Qin Fin didn't rush to the Eastfield Continent. He first went to visit Xian Hai, who was in the 80-mile city. Xian Hai was the one who helped him escape from the Sword Realm. After that, Qin Fin went to Grey Island, mainly to see Qi Longxing of the 3 Northern Ring Islands. Back then, when Hai Qiji and the others chased after Qin Fin, it was Qi Longxing who brought him to the 3 Northern Ring Islands to temporarily avoid danger. When Qin Fin came to Green Island again, the situation there had changed drastically. There was smoke everywhere on the 3 Northern Islands. There was a huge battle going on, and many demon cultivators were running for their lives. Qin Fin stopped a random demon cultivator and asked, "What happened here?" The demon cultivator was in a hurry to escape and didn't want to answer Qin Fin's question. However, he sensed that Qin Fin's aura was boundless and he couldn't see through it at all. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Senior, a month ago, the 3 Northern Islands were attacked by the Nanming Palace. Now, more than half of the islands are occupied by the Nanming Palace cultivators. The local demon cultivators of the 3 Northern Islands are either dead or have escaped. I advise you to take a detour and not pass through this war zone." The demon cultivator saw that Qin Fin was a human cultivator and thought that he was passing by. Qin Fin's expression became serious, and he continued to ask, "The 3 Northern Islands are not weaker than the Nanming Palace. Why can't they defend their own territory?" Chapter 2143. The Beast Cultivator said, "This time, Nanming Palace came prepared. They joined forces with the Myriad Formation sect to attack the 3 Northern Islands. We were caught off guard and lost momentum as soon as the battle started." The Beast Cultivator hesitated for a moment and continued, "And the main reason why this battle ended in failure was because there was a traitor." Qin Fin raised his eyebrows. "Who's the traitor?" "Even if I tell you, you might not know. I advise you to leave this place quickly. I also need to run for my life. Otherwise, if the cultivators of Nanming Palace and the Myriad Formation sect catch up, I'll be dead. This time, the enemy is ruthless. They said that they would kill all the beast cultivators in the 3 Northern Islands." The beast cultivator was a little anxious. Qin Fin's face turned cold, and violent true essence surged out of his body. "Qi Longxing of the 3 Northern Islands is my friend. I won't sit back and do nothing. You don't have to worry about the enemy catching up. No matter how many of them come, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Just answer my questions." The beast cultivator trembled in fear. He had never felt such a powerful true essence from Qin Fin. It was even stronger than the aura of the Black Snake King, the island master of the 3 Northern Islands. "Senior, please calm down. I'm willing to tell you everything I know. It was Ba Ji who betrayed us. He worked with the beast cultivators of Nanming Palace and the human cultivators of the Myriad Formation sect to the point where the 3 Northern Islands couldn't fight back." Qin Fin's expression changed slightly. "Ba Ji? If I remember correctly, He's the third son of the Black Snake King, right? Why would he betray us? How could I dare to lie to you, Senior? It was really Baji who betrayed us. In fact, the relationship between family members of beast cultivators isn't as close as that of human cultivators. This kind of family betrayal happens from time to time, the beast cultivator said. Qin Fen roughly understood the situation. In fact, when he first came to the 3 northern islands, he discovered that there was a void formation on the bridge that connected the 3 islands. The formation was hidden, and when it was activated, it would temporarily seal the bridge's teleportation function. Later, Qin Fen helped Qi Longxing change the teleportation formation and told him that if anything happened to the 3 northern islands, he could use the teleportation formation on the bridge to escape. Where is Qi Longxing? Is he still alive? Qin Fen was a little nervous. The demon cultivator said, Senior, I'm not sure about that. Right now, the 3 northern islands are littered with corpses. Everyone is only concerned about running for their lives. Who would have the time to care about the lives of others? But I know that the Black Snake King has fallen. This time, the 3 northern islands have completely collapsed. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Although there were cases of sons killing their fathers on Earth, they were extremely rare. If you want to live, then follow me. Qin Fen had already left on his sword, heading towards the interior of the 3 northern ring islands. That demon cultivator was hesitant. He'd escaped from the pile of death with great difficulty, so wouldn't he be courting death for nothing if he returned? However, after some hesitation, the demonic cultivator quickly followed Qin Fen. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that only by following Qin Fen would he be able to survive. It was just as the demonic cultivator had said. The flames of war raged on the 3 northern islands, and it was a scene of ruins. The heavenly bridges that originally led to the 3 islands were sealed by formations, and the 3 islands became isolated existences. The demonic cultivators on the islands could not go to other islands at all, and could only wait for death on the islands. When Qin Fen first came here, he was only a level 6 formation grandmaster, but now he was a level 8 formation immortal. With just a glance, the void formation on the heavenly bridge appeared, and the formation's eyes were exposed to Qin Fen. He waved his hand, and countless formation flags fell, like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. The following demonic cultivator was dumbfounded. When those formation flags fell on the heavenly bridge, a wall of light appeared, and the 3 islands were reconnected. The heavenly bridge is open. Great. Everyone, hurry up and escape to the heavenly bridge. We can't escape. Now that the heavenly bridge is open, all the demonic cultivators on the 3 northern islands are heading to the first island. Let's fight to the death with those bastards from the Nanming Temple. The demonic cultivators on the 3 islands soon discovered the situation, and the battle became even more intense. Several black shadows floated in the air, and unknowingly they had already surrounded Qin Fen and that demonic cultivator. Stinking brat, are you the one causing trouble on the heavenly bridge? I think you're tired of living. There's a human cultivator here. Why isn't he wearing the uniform of the 1,000 Formation sect? Who is he? It's you, brat. How dare you come to the 3 northern islands? Today, I will take your dog life. The demonic cultivators surrounding them were all from the Nanming Temple, but someone recognized Qin Fen. It was the Black Snake King's 3rd son, Bajwa. Qin Fen also recognized Bajwa. When he saw Bajwa's cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh. This demonic cultivator's cultivation speed was indeed much faster than human cultivators. When Qin Fen met Bajwa, he was only at Nihility God Realm Level 6, but now he had already stepped into the early stage of the body condensation realm. Your Highness Bajwa, who is this? The demonic cultivator from the Nanming Temple asked. He's a friend of my idiot younger brother. I wanted to kill him back then, but he escaped, Bajwa said. The demonic cultivator, who followed Qin Fen, suddenly became angry. Bourgeois, you are worse than a beast. How dare you betray the Black Snake King and betray your own clan? You will be struck by lightning. Bourgeois' face turned cold. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize my decision? The Divine Supreme Continent is a place where only the strong are respected. What bullshit about family and bloodline? Father only has himself to blame. I have long advised him to join forces with the Nanming Temple to annex the East Dragon Palace, but he insisted that a three-legged balance is the most reasonable structure for Tsang Island. That old man has already lost the ambition that a demonic cultivator should have. If he continues to lead the 3 northern islands, everyone will be devoured sooner or later. It's better for me to start this battle to move towards the light. When the battle is over, I will lead the 3 northern islands back to glory. People like you won't succeed. You will be struck by lightning sooner or later, the demonic cultivator said angrily. Bourgeois' patience ran out. He suddenly slapped the demonic cultivator. Being struck by lightning is just the words of the weak to comfort themselves. I want to see whether you will die or I will be struck by lightning. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The true essence brought by Bourgeois' palm was instantly shattered. The lightning bolt was as thick as a person's waist. It fell on top of Bourgeois' head and turned him into ashes in the blink of an eye. You want to be struck by lightning? I can fulfill your wish. Qin Fen's cold voice floated out. The crowd was shocked. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened to the ground. He suddenly felt ecstatic. He realized that following Qin Fen was the right choice. Ant-like human, how dare you behave atrociously in Tsang Island? Attack together. The demonic cultivators of the Nanming Temple quickly came to their senses. More than 10 of them attacked Qin Fen at the same time. Blade lights and sword shadows filled the void. When the powerful true essence condensed, it seemed to form an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Bookseller's Mobile. Chapter 2144. Senior, be careful. The demonic cultivator disciple's expression changed drastically. When the Nanming Temple's demonic cultivators attacked together, he instantly felt the threat of death. Qin Fen floated in the air, standing in the middle of the attack. Violent spiritual essence surged like a tide, shaking the sky. Today I, Qin Fen, am here. Cultivators outside the 3 northern islands. Leave now or you will die. Qin Fen's roar was like thunder. He slashed with his blade, and the ruler swept up a bright purple light. A crack appeared in the void, and the demonic cultivator's attacks disappeared instantly. The originally blue sky seemed to be shrouded in a sunset glow. The demonic cultivators who were fighting stopped and looked over, shocked by the spectacular scene. These demonic cultivators' realms were not high. Most of them had only stepped into the void god realm. Even those in the body condensation realm were considered powerful. Qin Fen killed a large number of demonic cultivators with just a wave of his hand. It was a completely one-sided situation. Who exactly is this senior? Isn't his strength a little too terrifying? The demonic cultivator from the 3 northern islands was dumbfounded. He was worried about Qin Fen's safety just a second ago, but now he seemed to see the hope of the spirit snake bloodline clan again. Half an hour later, Qin Fen could not even count how many demonic cultivators he had killed. He just repeated the action of raising his blade and slashing it down. Every slash created a crack in the sky. Where did this human cultivator come from? How dare you ruin the plans of the Nanming Temple and the 10,000 Array sect? I advise you to leave now, or we will do our best to kill you. A roar came from the sky. A moment later, thousands of figures flashed and surged over like a cloud of black mist. There were a few extremely powerful auras in the crowd. The demonic cultivator from the 3 northern islands became nervous again, but he saw that Fin was still floating in the sky. His expression did not change at all. It's you, human ant. How dare you return to Green Island? You're simply courting death. The crowd approached. The leading man had green skin and a pair of dragon horns on his head. He had stepped into the Ekiana cauldron realm. Fin quickly recognized him. This demonic cultivator was the great protector of the Nanming Temple, Vashi. When Fin came to Grey Island and killed the white dragon crown prince of the Nanming Temple, he was chased by the entire Nanming Temple. Vashi even broke into the 3 northern islands to capture him. Feng was only at the initial body condensation stage and wasn't Washi's match. But now the situation had changed. Vashi was still at the Ekiana tripod realm, but Feng was already at the disaster transformation realm. You tried to kill me in the past, but failed. Today, I'll settle old and new scores. Feng's voice was cold. Washizin looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Haha, sure enough. You're a human ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You want to take revenge? Back then, I was so scared that you hid in the 3 northern islands, not daring to show yourself. Now that the 3 northern islands have fallen into the hands of the Nanming Temple, where else can you hide? Why should I hide? This time, you should be the ones running. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape even if you want to, Feng said. Vashjin stopped laughing, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. He didn't understand where Feng got his confidence from to be so arrogant, but even if he couldn't see through Feng's realm, he didn't care about Feng at all. Now that 1,000,000 demon cultivators of the Nanming Temple had occupied the 3 northern islands, how could they not kill a human cultivator? You killed the white dragon crown prince and caused the death of the number 1 genius demon cultivator of Green Island, His Highness Jezite. Today, I'll take revenge for them. As soon as Washizin finished speaking, he slapped out. A giant true essence hand formed in the sky, like a dark cloud falling from the sky. The demon cultivators revealed shocked expressions. The true essence hand was suspended above their heads. Even though the center of the true essence was not near them, they could still feel the extremely ferocious aura surging. Seeing that the attack was about to envelop Feng, the latter punched out. His fist technique was not fancy, but it swept up a destructive fist force that instantly shattered the true essence hand. Rumble! The loud sound was deafening. The demon cultivators felt a sharp pain in their spiritual consciousness. When they looked at the battlefield again, they happened to see the scene of Guardian Washizin's body exploding. Even the flying demon infant was destroyed in the surging true essence. Guardian Washizin is dead? Just who is that human cultivator? He killed Senior Washizin, who is at the Ekiana realm, with one punch. I feel like I'm dreaming. The demon cultivators were seething. A strange aura floated above the 3 northern islands. Although thousands of demon cultivators surrounded Feng, they did not dare to make a move after seeing Washizin killed in an instant. Some even secretly escaped. I won't repeat my good words twice. Other than the cultivators of the 3 northern islands, everyone else retreat immediately. Otherwise, only death awaits. Feng's roar was like thunder. His voice spread throughout the 3 northern islands, causing a sharp pain in the spiritual consciousness of the millions of demon cultivators. This was not a true essence voice transmission, but a higher-level divine sense voice transmission. The cultivators on the 2nd island gathered together with solemn expressions on their faces. A red-skinned old demon cultivator said, "Who is that guy? He can actually kill Junior Brother Washizin in an instant. Is there such a human cultivator in the South Square continent?" The 5 old demon cultivators looked at the human cultivator at the side. That person suddenly frowned and said, It's actually this kid. Sect leader, one knows him? This kid won the last Genius Conference. He is so young and has a heaven-defying cultivation. He is already at the peak of the cultivators under 50 in the South Square continent. This guy is called Qin Feng. He killed Wan Li, a genius disciple of my myriad array sect. I wanted to settle the score with him, but I didn't expect him to come to me. That old human cultivator was Wan Hailu, the sect leader of Myriad Array Sect. He had joined forces with Nanming Palace to attack the 3 northern islands. When the guardians of Nanming Palace figured out Qin Feng's identity, they heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still a junior. What does it matter if he can reach the peak of the younger generation? If I participate in the Genius Conference, I can still win. The red-skinned old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that guy. Since he can kill Junior Brother Washizan in an instant, his cultivation realm cannot be too low. However, it is impossible for him to stop our plan. Let's go meet him now." Sect Leader Wan, find an opportunity to set up a trap formation. As long as we can trap that kid, he will definitely die. After the few of them decided on a strategy, they quickly rushed to the first island. At this moment, Qin Feng had already killed tens of thousands of demon cultivators. The corpses piled up like a small mountain under his feet. It was a spectacular scene. After a few fierce battles, the remaining demon cultivators no longer dared to go forward and had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, several black figures flew over from afar. When they recognized who they were, the eyes of the group of demon cultivators immediately shone with excitement. Great Guardian Lei Shi and the others are here. Even the sect leader of Myriad Array Sect is here. This time, we will teach that human and a lesson. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2145. High up in the sky, a red flood dragon was circling around. The dragon's roar was like thunder, accompanied by flashes of lightning in the sky. This red flood dragon was the true body of Nanming Temple's great guardian, Lei Zite. Aunt Junior, how dare you obstruct the plans of Nanming Temple and Myriad Array Sect? Today will be the day you die. Qin Fen did not even need to look up. His divine sense had already enveloped the sky above him. Lei Zite and the others had all reached the Ekiana tripod realm. They were considered top-notch experts in this battle. However, to Qin Fen, they were all trash that could be killed with one slap. "You killed the Black Snake King?" Qin Fen asked as if he did not hear Lei Zite's vicious words. Rykart laughed coldly and said, "The Black Snake King fought against the White Flood Dragon King of our South Bright Temple. He died half a month ago. Right now, the 3 northern ringed islands are just a bunch of defeated trash. You still dare to help them fight? Our White Serpent King has already reached the late-stage disaster transformation. Killing an ant like you is a piece of cake. I advise you to surrender, and I can consider leaving your corpse intact." Qin Fen grew impatient. He activated his divine sense and spread it out silently. In the next second, Lei Zite's expression changed drastically as he howled in pain. "Ah, my divine sense see. How can you have such a powerful divine sense attack?" Loud explosions rang out one after another. However, only Lei Zite could hear it because the sound was exploding in his head. The other great guardians of Nanming Temple and Wan Hailu were confused. They could not understand what was going on with Lei Zite. "Senior brother, what happened?" someone asked. Qin Fen's divine sense attack had severely injured Lei Zite's divine sense see. Now, Lei Zite could not even activate his quintessential essence. His cultivation level would drop drastically. This ant sneaked an attack on my spiritual sea. "Sect Master Wan, hurry up and trap him. I want to tear him into pieces." Lassiter was enraged. One had to know that there were no elixirs in the entire South Flat State that could repair the spiritual sea. The few of them came to their senses and realized that Qin Fun had used a divine sense attack to injure Lei Zite. However, they could not understand how Qin Fun was able to do it. Rexit had already stepped into the late stage of the cauldron-filling realm. Furthermore, as a demon cultivator, his sea of consciousness was several times stronger than that of a human cultivator. Now was not the time to think about that. When Wan Hailu came back to his senses, he immediately threw a bunch of formation flags into the void. Formation flags fell like rain. As if they had eyes of their own, they landed around Qin Feng and formed a mysterious formation. "Raise the formation!" Wan Hailu roared and quickly formed formation seals with his hands. For light barriers rose up and seemed to reach the sky, trapping Qin Fun on that small piece of land. Haha, this kid has already been trapped by the level 6 confinement formation I set up. Everyone just focus on attacking him. Wan Hailu shouted excitedly. The protectors of Nanming Palace had been waiting for this moment and immediately attacked. The 5 of them instantly landed around Qin Fun, forming a pentagonal array to surround Qin Fun. However, without waiting for their attacks to land, Qin Fun also threw out an array flag, and the array wall that trapped him instantly changed. There was a loud explosion. It was the attack of the protectors of Nanming Palace. Their attacks landed on the array wall and instantly bounced back. The few of them immediately fell to the ground, injured, and revealed confused expressions. Sect Leader Wan, what's going on? Why am I trapped? Sect Leader Wan, did you use the wrong formation? Faced with the sudden situation, even Wan Hailu was confused. He had clearly set up a level 6 confinement formation to trap Qin Fun. But how did the formation trap Rexit and the others instead? Wan Hailu immediately threw out a few more array flags in an attempt to repair the formation. However, when the array flags landed on the ground, they instantly exploded and disappeared. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wan Hailu revealed a horrified expression. Trapped on the spot, Rexit and the others could only move within a space of less than 3 square meters. They did not dare to attack anymore because the effects of their attacks would eventually rebound back to them. Sect Leader Wan, what the hell are you doing? If you can't find the problem with the formation, then hurry up and destroy this confinement formation. Rexit and the others were already feeling dissatisfied. Wan Hailu broke out in a cold sweat. He had already found the problem with the formation, but he realized that he could not solve it at all. Actually, the array flags in the formation were meticulously refined using various materials with abundant spirit chi. Under normal circumstances, they would not explode and be destroyed, unless the low-grade array flags were used in a high-level formation. Under such circumstances, because the low-grade array flags could not provide the energy required by the high-level formation, the array flags would eventually self-destruct due to the exhaustion of energy. Since Wan Hailu's array flags had exploded, it could only mean that the current formation was of a higher grade than his array flags. You upgraded the formation? How did you do it? Wan Hailu's eyes were filled with shock after he figured out the reason. Myriad Array Gate, what are you talking about? Rexit and the others could not understand at all. Wan Hailu snapped out of his daze and immediately explained, Protector Rexit! That kid is also a formation master, and his formation level is even higher than mine. He upgraded my level 6 confinement formation. Now, the confinement formation is no longer under my control. The expressions of Rexit and the others changed drastically. Even though they did not know about formations, they knew that a level 6 array grandmaster was already at the peak of the South Flat Continent. And in the entire South Flat Continent, only Wan Hailu's formation skills had reached level 6. However, the young cultivator in front of them had actually upgraded a level 6 array formation. Wouldn't that mean that he was a level 7 array king? This kind of thing was really unimaginable. Sect Master Wan, are you mistaken? Try destroying the formation directly. After Rexit snapped out of his daze, he still held onto a final strand of hope. Wan Hai Lu did not destroy the formation at all, because he could no longer sense its energy. This was originally a level 6 confinement formation that he had set up, but now it had become extremely unfamiliar. He could not even find the array core. More than a year has passed, and you are still a level 6 array Grandmaster. You really do not wish to improve. Qin Fun's cold voice sounded. Wan Hailu's face flushed red with anger. He was the #1 array Grandmaster of the South Flat Continent and was revered by billions of cultivators. No one had ever said that his formation skills were poor. Now that Qin Fin had said it, he had no words to refute. Are you really a level 7 array king? Wan Hailu could not help but ask. Array king was his lifelong pursuit. Being an array king is something that happened a long time ago. I can set up level 8 immortal arrays now. Level 8 immortal arrays. Wan Hailu and the others were in disbelief. No one in the South Flat Continent had ever thought of immortal arrays. Even though there were some immortal arrays or even level 9 arrays in the large continents, they were passed down from ancient times. Given the current standards of cultivators, setting up immortal arrays was simply a pipe dream. Chapter 2146. You're lying. With your age, there's no way you can become an immortal of arrays. Wan Hailu roared like a madman. Qin Fin didn't bother to explain anymore. It didn't matter whether these people believed his identity as an immortal of arrays or not. Rumble. He slashed down with his blade. A dazzling purple light appeared in the sky. The weather seemed to turn into a beautiful purple sunset. However, the expressions of the spectating demon cultivators on the first island changed drastically. They had seen the power of this purple sunset. Grand Elder Vashizan had died in it. Rumble. There was a deafening sound like thunder. Song Chi's attack landed in the formation. The trapped Lassiter and the others struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they were killed by the Blade Chi. Killing 6 cauldron-filling realm powerhouses with one slash shocked everyone. Even Wan Hailu found it unbelievable. He even had the thought of escaping. But before he could do anything, Qin Fun slashed down a second time. A purple blade, Chi Hurricane, surged over. It was like a huge purple dragon rampaging. Wherever it went, there was the sound of wind breaking. Some careless cultivators were sucked in and instantly exploded into pieces. Wan Hailu was also destroyed. He wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave, but the formation was instantly changed by Qin Fin and lost its original function. Demon cultivators of Nanming Temple, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up like your great protectors Lassiter and the others. Qin Fun hovered in the air with his blade. His divine sense transmitted into the minds of every demon cultivator, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their minds. The intense battles on the 3 islands stopped one after another. The demonic cultivators of the Nanming Palace looked toward the sky in unison, their faces filled with fear. A moment later, under the lead of a demon cultivator leader, hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators retreated from the 3 northern islands. They left? The people of Nanming Temple and Wan Hailu really left? Who is that almighty senior? Why did he help us? I think that Human Senior is a friend of His 8th Highness. His 8th Highness even brought this senior to the 3 northern islands before. In the past, we always complained that the 8th Prince had dealings with human cultivators and even rejected him as an alien. But we never expected that when the spirit serpent branch of the 3 North Ring Islands suffered a devastating blow, it was the 8th Prince's human friend who saved everyone's lives. The cultivators on the 3 islands discussed the issue. It was then that the Yao cultivator who followed Qin Fin flew over. Senior Qin, Junior's name is Ham. Qin Feng nodded. The 3 northern islands are safe for now. However, Nanming Palace and Myriad Sea Tower probably won't let this go. However, These are all unimportant matters. I'm going to look for Qi Longxing now. You can decide whether to stay or leave." Ham followed Qin Feng without even thinking. "Senior, I want to go with you to find Eighth Highness, and then we'll kill our way to Nanming Palace Hall to take revenge." Qin Feng didn't plan on taking the initiative to find trouble with Nanming Palace. After all, he still had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to waste on Grey Island. However, he did not say this out loud. Everything would have to wait until he found Qi Longxing before making a decision. Back then, Qin Feng had set up formations on the 3 sky bridges of the 3 Northern Ring Islands. He had just checked those 3 sky bridges and found that the transportation formations had all been activated. It must have been Qi Longxing who had activated them. 1 hour later, Qin Feng brought Ham to a sea area on the periphery of Grey Island. There were countless small islands here, and they were the exits of the transportation formations. "Senior Qin, this is the sea area of High Sea City." Ham's expression became serious as he reminded Qin Feng in a low voice. Qin Feng knew about High Sea City. This was the public sea area. The 3 great Yao cultivator clans on Grey Island could enter. High Sea City is the public sea area. What are you worried about? Qin Feng could see Ham's nervousness. Ham immediately said, "Senior Qin, you might not know this, but the death whirlpools often appear in the sea area outside High Sea City. Even cauldron-filling realm experts have fallen in them." Qin Feng thought of the death whirlpools. He had encountered those huge waves in the sea area of High Sea City. At that time, East Dragon Palace's Yu Duo and Yu Hailong were also chased by the waves. They only survived after Qin Feng pulled them into the flying cloud all. However, with Qin Feng's current cultivation, he didn't care about the death whirlpools at all. Just as he was thinking about this, waves appeared on the surface of the sea. It was as if a huge beast was about to surge out from the bottom of the sea. Not good. Why did it come so suddenly? Ham's expression changed drastically. Qin Feng was also speechless. Even if he wasn't afraid of the death whirlpools, the appearance of these waves was too coincidental. When the waves surged higher and higher, Qin Feng had a strange feeling in his heart. "It seems to be my spirit beast," Qin Feng muttered to himself. Little Pig suddenly screamed, "Holy shit! It's the Black Tortoise." Qin Feng felt that this name was familiar yet strange. When some memories came to his mind, his emotions surged even more violently than the waves under his feet. When he was still on Earth, Qin Feng used the system to fuse with 4 spirit beasts. One of them, the Black Tortoise, had always been free-range. He didn't expect it to appear in the sea area of High Sea City. "Master, I'm afraid the Black Tortoise entered the Divine Continent first. Because of the Divine Continent's merger, it came to the Divine Supreme Continent. It seems like it has become the overlord of the sea area of High Sea City," Little Pig analyzed. Qin Feng felt the same way. He suddenly remembered the death whirlpool he encountered when he came to High Sea City. It turned out that the Black Tortoise had sensed his presence and wanted to recognize him as its master. In the end, it scared him away. After learning that the death whirlpool in High Sea City was caused by the Black Tortoise swimming, Qin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He guessed that the Black Tortoise was at least the size of an island. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created such a spectacular scene. "Senior Qin, it's really the death whirlpool. Let's run." Ham was terrified. However, not only did Qin Feng not run, he jumped into the center of the whirlpool. A piece of land gradually emerged from the whirlpool. The land grew larger and larger until it looked like an island emerging from the bottom of the sea. "What's that?" It doesn't look like the death whirlpool. Cultivators from the nearby islands and passers-by were attracted to it. There's a cultivator in the center of the death whirlpool. This cultivator is too bold. Every year, many cultivators die because they act tough. This person dares to treat the death whirlpool like a game. I think he's dead for sure. That's not an island emerging. It looks like a giant beast from the bottom of the sea. The crowd exclaimed. More and more people realized what was happening. Qin Fen was standing on the black tortoise's shell. He realized that the black tortoise's shell was very similar to the grade 9 spirit tortoise's shell. Could the black tortoise be a grade 9 spirit beast? Roar. A low roar came from the bottom of the sea. It sounded like the whistle of a cruise ship. The surface of the sea tumbled, and the waves rose high into the sky. It seemed like the entire sea was going to overturn and flow backwards. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Bookseller's Mobile. Chapter 2147. The black turtle floated out of the water. It was as big as an island. Its appearance hadn't changed much. It was still the combination of a turtle and a many-banded kite. However, whether it was the turtle or the many-banded kite, their bodies were dozens of times larger. Roar, roar, roar. The black turtle roared excitedly, and the kite opened its bloody mouth at Qin Feng. Little Pig translated in real time, Master, the black turtle said it missed you so much. It wants to bite you. Qin Feng's face immediately turned green. The many-banded kite's entire body was red like a burning flame. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely be poisoned to death. Oh my God! It's really a sea beast. This sea beast must be a rank 9 spirit beast, right? So the death whirlpool in High Sea City was caused by the sea beast. What an unexpected fact. I told you that pretentious cultivator would die sooner or later. The sea beast is going to swallow him. In the center of the sea, the kite opened its bloody mouth at Qin Feng. At first glance, people really thought that the black turtle was going to swallow Qin Feng. However, as time passed, many cultivators realized something was wrong. Something's wrong. That sea beast doesn't look like it's going to swallow that cultivator. It's clearly very excited. That's someone's pet. Pet? That's impossible, right? Everyone's mouths twitched. Raising a rank 9 spirit beast as a pet? How capable was this person? At this moment, dozens of figures flew out from the crowd and landed on the black turtle's back. The black turtle was enraged. The kite tried to attack, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Be good, kite. These are Master's friends. The kite stopped attacking. It opened its bloody mouth and roared to greet the people. However, the people who came were panicked. They obviously couldn't accept this greeting method. The people who came were Qi Longxing and his tribesmen. These people all had the noblest bloodline of the Spirit Snake clan. Otherwise, Qi Longxing wouldn't have only taken these people with him. Brother Qin, it's really you. Qi Longxing was emotional. At this moment, Hem jumped onto the black turtle's back. Seeing that Qi Longxing and the others were still alive, he cried tears of joy. Your Highness, it's great to see you again. Qi Longxing had always been concerned about the situation of the 3 Northern Ring Islands. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough and did not dare to go back to help. If things went wrong, the entire spirit, Serpent Branch, might be destroyed. Ham, you escaped from the 3 Northern Ring Islands. How are things over there? Are there any of our tribesmen still alive? Qilong asked anxiously. Ham quickly said, Don't worry, 8th Highness. Fortunately, Senior Qin arrived in time. He killed the 6 protectors of Nanming Palace and the sect leader of Myriad Array Sect. Now, the demon cultivators of Nanming Palace and the human cultivators of Myriad Array Sect have all retreated from the 3 islands of North Ring. Qi Longxing and the others stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. This was especially so for Qi Longxing. He had a good relationship with Qin Fen. Back then, Qin Fen was still at the Empty God Realm when he hid in the 3 Northern Ring Islands after being chased by Vashian. It had only been a year, and Qin Fen had actually killed the 6 great protectors of Nanming Temple? Brother Qin, are you here to help the 3 Northern Islands? How do you know that the spirit serpent lineage is in trouble? What realm are you at now? Qi Longxing became a curious baby. Qin Fen said, I was just passing by and thought of Brother Chi. I was planning to visit Brother Chi at the 3 northern ring islands, but there was a fierce battle, so I lent a hand. As for my current realm, I'm not too sure myself. In the end, Qin Fin chose to hide his strength. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qi Longxing, but that his cultivation had increased too quickly. He was afraid that he would scare Qi Longxing if he told others. Qi Longxing didn't dwell on the issue of his realm. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I really have to thank Brother Qin this time. Not only did you chase away the demon cultivators of Nanming Palace, I also used the heavenly bridge formation that Brother Qin set up to help my tribesmen escape. Otherwise, Nanming Palace's attack this time would have definitely killed me and all the main tribesmen of the Spirit Snake clan. Qin Fin waved his hand. These things were nothing to him. By the way, Eighth Highness, this time it wasn't just Nanming Palace and Myriad Array Sect who joined forces. Ba Zhi Li also betrayed us. He brought a group of tribesmen and worked with the enemy. It was Ba Zhi Li who killed the Black Snake King. Hem suddenly shouted with righteous indignation. Only now did Qi Longxing and the others know about this. Their eyes were instantly filled with fury. It was actually that bastard in Baji. I knew that with Father's cultivation, he would be able to escape even if he couldn't win. How could he die? I will definitely kill this kind of traitorous bastard with my own hands to avenge Father and the tribesmen who died in this battle. Qi Longxing clenched his fists tightly. The flames in his eyes danced incessantly. Qin Fin patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Qi, the dead can't come back to life. Don't be too sad. As for that bastard in Baji, I've already killed him." Qi Longxing cupped his fists again. "Brother Qin, I won't be able to repay your great kindness in this lifetime." Qin Fin smiled. "It's fine. Then live well. There's still a long way to go. Repay me slowly." Qi Longxing understood what Qin Fin meant. However, he revealed an extremely resolute expression and said, "Brother Qin, I will definitely take revenge this time. Even if I die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate." Qin Fin let out a long sigh. He had originally wanted to persuade Qi Longxing to hide his identity and return to take revenge after he had cultivated diligently. However, when he saw the look in Qi Longxing's eyes, Qin Fin swallowed his words. "Forget it. Since I've encountered this, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Let's kill our way to Nanming Temple and kill the White Flood Dragon King." Qin Fin's words shocked everyone. The White Flood Dragon King was one of the leaders of the 3 kings in the Green Island region. It was rumored that he had already stepped into the disaster transformation realm. He was definitely one of the top cultivators in the South Flat continent. Who would dare to say that they would kill the White Flood Dragon King? However, when everyone regained their senses, no one dared to laugh at Qin Fin. He had even killed the 6 guardians of Nanming Temple and was stepping on a pet that was suspected to be a level 9 spirit beast. How could he be ordinary? Even Qi Longxing couldn't see through Qin Fin. Over a year ago, their cultivation levels weren't that far apart. Now, Qi Longxing even felt that Qin Fin was extremely unfamiliar. Back then, he had been chased by Nanming Temple and had no choice but to hide in the 3 northern islands. Now that Qin Fin had returned, he wanted to kill the palace master of Nanming Temple, the White Flood Dragon King. "Brother Qin, the White Flood Dragon King has already stepped into the late stage of the disaster transformation realm. Do you have a way to defeat him?" Qi Longxing reminded him. He was afraid that Qin Fin wouldn't even know the White Flood Dragon King's strength. However, Qin Fin's expression didn't change. "Don't worry. I won't need 15 minutes to kill the White Flood Dragon King." The crowd had complicated expressions. Some people started to suspect that Qin Fin was being too arrogant. However, since Qin Fin had helped the Spirit Snake clan, they couldn't say anything. Qin Fin could tell what those people were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. The reason why he went to Nanming Temple was because of Qi Longxing. Otherwise, he would have directly rushed to the Eastfield continent on the Black Tortoise. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2148. In the main dragon palace of Nanming Palace, a young protector ran in anxiously. I have something to report to Lord White Flood Dragon King. The protector shouted towards the empty hall. A moment later, a strong wind blew in the hall. When the wind subsided, a black figure stood on the throne in the hall. Don't you know that I am in seclusion? How dare you disturb me? A cold voice came from the black figure. A chill floated in the grand and noble hall. The young protector couldn't help but shiver, feeling that death was within reach. Reporting to Lord White Flood Dragon King. Something big happened in Nanming Palace. The young protector said immediately, What happened? The 6 protectors of Nanming Palace died in the 3 northern islands not long ago. The sect leader of Myriadarray sect was also killed. A majestic true essence surged from the black figure on the throne and instantly enveloped the hall. The young protector felt like he was pressed down by a 5-finger mountain. His legs bent and he knelt on the ground. Is what you said true? White Flood Dragon King growled. The young protector shivered in fear. Lord White Flood Dragon King, everything I said is true. How would I dare to lie to you? Rizit's 6 protectors are all at Ekiana, Tripod Realm. They are considered top experts in South Flat Continent. Who could kill them one after another? White Flood Dragon King couldn't understand. The young protector said immediately, It's a human cultivator. He seems to be a friend of Black Snake King's 8th son. He was the one who showed his prowess and killed the 6 protectors and the sect leader of Myriadarray sect. He also chased our forces out of the 3 northern islands. Ant-like human, how dare you ruin my plans? Where is that brat now? This old man will personally crush him into pieces. The White Flood Dragon King was infuriated, but before the young protector could speak, a figure silently landed in the hall. I'm the person you are looking for. The person wore a white robe and stood straight. His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the violent true essence surging from White Flood Dragon King. Only then did the little protector realize that an enemy had broken into the hall. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sea and fainted on the spot. The White Flood Dragon King immediately understood that Qin Fun had used a divine sense attack. A look of shock flashed across his eyes as he coldly said, You're the one who ruined this king's plans? Qin Fun said indifferently, My good friends are on the 3 northern islands. You can choose to give up on attacking the 3 northern islands and live in harmony from now on. You can also insist on attacking and be killed by me in the end. The White Flood Dragon King was infuriated. He really couldn't understand where this junior in front of him got the confidence to be so impudent. Was it amazing to be able to kill the 6 protectors of Nanming Palace? If that was the case, then this guy's vision was too low. You look familiar. Where have we met before? The White WIRM King's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence. Qin Fun reminded him. A little over a year ago, when I first arrived at Green Island, I killed your 3rd son. Then I killed your eldest son, just in the Sword Realm. So it's you. I didn't look for trouble with you. Yet you still dared to come to me. Today, I will settle the old and new debts together. After discovering Qin Fun's identity, the White Flood Dragon King was furious. He roared and slapped Qin Fun. The surging vital essence giant hand was sliced apart by the purple beam. Qin Fun was now at the 7th stage disaster transformation realm. He could even kill early stage true form cultivators instantly, let alone a late stage disaster transformation realm demon cultivator. When the purple beam split open the White Flood Dragon King's body, the latter was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but a loud explosion had already occurred. His body and demonic infant were instantly destroyed. The battle seemed to have ended before it had even started. No one would believe that the White Flood Dragon King, the palace master of Nanming Palace, one of the 3 major demon cultivator factions on Green Island, would die instantly in his own palace. When the aftermath of the explosion completely subsided, Qi Longxing and the others arrived outside the palace. They were surrounded by a group of Nanming Palace demon cultivators, and an intense battle ensued. Qin Fen leaped into the sky and sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. The Nanming Palace Master, White Flood Dragon King, is dead. The Nanming Palace territory belongs to the 3 northern islands from now on. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can challenge me at any time. The people who were fighting immediately stopped. Both the Nanming Palace demon cultivators and Qi Longxing and the others were shocked. Qin Fen had only been in Nanming Palace for a short while, but he had already killed the White Flood Dragon King? A moment later, the Nanming Palace demon cultivators investigated the situation and found that the palace master, White Flood Dragon King, had really died tragically in his dragon palace. Oh no, Lord White Flood Dragon King is dead. Nanming Palace is about to be destroyed. That human cultivator killed the 6 guardians and forced us out of the 3 northern islands. I didn't expect him to even kill Lord White Flood Dragon King. Who exactly is he? Regardless of whether they could accept the truth or not, the outcome could not be changed. Many Nanming Palace cultivators had already fled. The demon cultivators who chose to stay were mentally prepared to submit to the 3 northern islands from now on. Qi Longxing came to his senses after a long time. On the way here, he had thought of many possibilities. Most of them thought that this would be a fierce battle that would last for 7 days and 7 nights. However, reality always surprised him. He didn't even have time to look at the battle scene before Qin Fen killed the White Flood Dragon King. The few of them arrived at the main dragon palace of Nanming Palace. Although the White Flood Dragon King was dead, and his physical body and demonic infant had exploded and disappeared, there was still some of his aura left in the palace. However, the aura was slowly disappearing, like a life that couldn't be recovered. Brother Qin, you really killed the White Flood Dragon King? How did you do it? Qi Longxing asked the question that he had been suppressing for a long time. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes landed on Qin Fen. This wasn't just Qi Longxing's question. It was a question that everyone else couldn't understand. Brother Qi, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I've already reached the late-stage disaster transformation stage and killed a few true-form cultivators. That White Flood Dragon King is nothing to me, Qin Fen said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Qi Longxing immediately called out, Brother Qin, you were only at the Void Spirit Realm a year ago. Now, you're already at the disaster transformation stage? Qi Longxing didn't need Qin Fen to answer. He knew that this was the truth. Otherwise, how could Qin Fen have killed the White Flood Dragon King? After he calmed down, Qi Longxing suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Brother Qin, you can even kill true-form cultivators. I can kill ordinary true-form cultivators, but high-level true-form cultivators might be difficult, Qin Fen said honestly. Brother Qin, there's actually a divine dragon mountain in the Green Island. Rumor has it that the divine dragon bloodline is hidden there. Many beast cultivators went there to explore, wanting to take away the divine dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. There was even a disaster transformation realm cultivator who died there. If Brother Qin can kill true form divine supremacies, perhaps you can go to the Divine Dragon Mountain to take a look. If you can really obtain the Divine Dragon bloodline, it will be of great help to Brother Qin. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2149. After Qin Fin learned about the divine dragon bloodline from Qi Longxing, he set off for the divine dragon mountain. The others didn't follow because the divine dragon mountain was full of danger. Every year, many demonic cultivators died there. There was even a disaster transformation state cultivator who died in the mountain. With Qi Longxing's and the others' cultivation, they would only be a burden to Qin Fin. The Divine Dragon Mountain was located at the border of Tsang Island. It covered a vast area. Looking down from the sky, the mountain looked like a spiraling dragon. When Qin Fin entered the Divine Dragon Mountain, he found that there was a flight restriction formation. He had to put away his flying sword and walk instead. Lush, spiritual herbs grew all over the mountain. There were also some spiritual roots and spiritual trees that emitted an ancient aura. As Qin Feng traversed through the mountain ridges, he encountered many wild beasts along the way. However, those spiritual beasts seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's powerful aura and did not attack him. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, Qin Feng arrived at the foot of a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a long dragon that was about to soar into the sky, and it made people feel incomparably small. This is the Divine Dragon Mountain. Qin Fin was excited. The mountain in front of him was exactly the same as the Divine Dragon Mountain Qi Longxing described. The cave was hidden behind the mountain. The entrance was small and inconspicuous. When he walked into the cave, a dense spiritual energy floated over, causing the true yuan in Qin Fin's body to automatically circulate. The process of finding Mount Divine Dragon was very smooth, but Qin Fin did not dare to relax in the slightest. He had heard from Qi Longxing that this place was fraught with danger, and that countless Yao cultivators had fallen here. How could it be as simple as it seemed? Just as Qin Fin was thinking, an angry roar came from the depths of the cave. The roar clearly came from a beast, and it was accompanied by a violent collision of air currents. Qin Fin immediately raised his guard. He guessed that it was the beast that guarded the Divine Dragon bloodline. However, since he had found the Divine Dragon Mountain, he wouldn't retreat so easily. Qin Fin continued to walk deeper into the cave. The further he went, the more agitated the roar of the beast became. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared. Its body almost filled the entire cave. Qin Fin felt the ground under his feet shake. Huge rocks rolled down from above. Where did this evil creature come from? If you want to live, leave this place quickly. After Qin Feng came to his senses, he didn't retreat and counterattacked. With a wave of his hand, a ray of purple light shot out and struck the giant beast. Explosions raged. The giant beast's skin was extremely hard. San Qi's saber, Qi, only left a shallow mark on its skin. It didn't even cut through its flesh. With one slash, the wild beasts in the cave were completely enraged. The giant beast sped up its pace, like a giant tank rampaging through the cave, causing the entire Divine Dragon Mountain to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qin Feng finally saw the appearance of the enormous beast clearly. It had 2 muscular legs that stood upright on the ground. Its body was raised, and there was a pair of sharp claws in front of its chest. It was very similar to the ancient dinosaur fossil on the ball. Is this a real dragon? Qin Feng was shocked, but now was not the time to think about this. The gigantic beast had already rushed in front of him and slashed out with its claws. Qin Feng dodged in time, and the attack slammed into the cave wall, causing a loud sound. The cave wall cracked, and a hole was blasted open. This must be a level 9 wild beast. Its strength is so terrifying. Qin Feng's previous slash didn't split the wall, but the giant beast in front of him directly smashed the wall. It was clear that it was extremely powerful. Qin Feng immediately dismissed the idea of fighting this beast head-on. He activated his divine sense, and a strong magnetic field rippled, instantly forming a domain in the cave. After the domain was formed, the giant beast's attack slowed down. Finally, it stood still, like a puppet whose soul had been extracted. However, Qin Feng could feel that the giant beast's divine sense was struggling and resisting. Its reaction was very intense, as if it was going to break through the domain. Time is of the essence. I have to find the divine dragon bloodline and leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Feng used the domain to temporarily trap the giant beast. He sprinted all the way to the end of the cave. At the end was a large cave abode. It was built like an underwater dragon palace. Countless spirit crystals hung upside down on the wall, emitting a colorful flowing light. Qin Feng didn't care about these spirit crystals. His gaze was attracted by a round table in the middle of the cave abode. The round table was made of an unknown material. It was extremely smooth, and it emitted a blood-red glow. Above the round table, a giant red stone floated. The stone seemed to be flowing with fresh blood, and it had a strong aura of life. "How dare you, Aunt? How dare you trespass into my palace? Anyone who enters will die." A voice came from the giant stone, floating in the air. Then, a strong divine sense attack struck Qin Feng's divine sense. Everything happened so suddenly that an ordinary cultivator's divine sense would have exploded. However, Qin Feng's divine sense was extremely strong. He attacked immediately and destroyed the divine sense in his divine sense. You actually managed to block my divine will attack? How is this possible? A voice came from the giant red stone again. Qin Feng had already figured out the other party's situation. There was an expert's divine thoughts stored in the stone, which could only be possessed by those who had stepped into the true God realm. It was obvious that the owner of the divine thoughts was already a true God realm ultimate God. Even though Qin Feng had stepped into the late-stage disaster transformation realm and could kill a true form realm expert in seconds, he wouldn't be able to fight back if he encountered a true God mighty. Fortunately, the giant stone in front of him only contained a trace of the true God expert's divine sense. This divine sense had probably existed for hundreds of years, so its power was not as strong as before. You are the guardian of the true God bloodline. Qin Feng relaxed when he realized that the divine sense in front of him couldn't do anything to him. The divine sense said angrily, "You, Aunt, don't talk nonsense. I am the descendant of the divine dragon clan. I have the supreme divine dragon bloodline. I can rule the entire demon clan on the divine continent." Qin Feng was startled. This red stone was the crystallization of the divine dragon bloodline. The owner of the divine sense had probably died and hid a trace of divine sense in his bloodline before he died. So you are the descendant of the divine dragon bloodline. You want to be reborn with a trace of divine sense? That's impossible, said Qin Feng. The divine sense had obvious emotional fluctuations. It shouted angrily, "You Aunt, what do you know? I can be reborn immediately if I integrate my divine sense into my bloodline." Qin Feng sneered. If it was as simple as you said, you would have been reborn long ago. Why would you be trapped here for hundreds of years without seeing the light of day? Your nascent soul is gone. You can't be reborn with just a trace of divine sense. Unless you use some heaven-defying level 9 spirit herbs when you just died, you might have a chance to be reborn with divine sense. However, hundreds of years have passed, so the possibility is zero. Qin Feng was merciless with his words. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2150. Aunt Junior, I don't need you to worry about me. You better scram now, or I'll make sure you won't be able to return. The divine sense in the stone said angrily. Qin Feng had no intention of retreating. His expression was calm. If you really could kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why would you waste your breath here? The divine sense was so angry that Qin Feng interrupted him. You can't be reborn now and can only be trapped in this dark cave. I have a good way to give you a new life. What way? The divine sense asked after hesitating for a moment. I'll take your bloodline and store it in a weapon together with your divine sense. That way you can leave. Aunt Junior, how dare you have designs on my divine dragon bloodline? Don't even think about succeeding. I'll protect my bloodline even if I die. The divine sense's mood fluctuated greatly. Qin Fen said indifferently, "What if I store you in an immortal artifact?" Immortal artifact. The divine sense in the stone was silent. "Let me see your immortal artifact first," Qin Fen said. "I haven't forged it yet. I'm missing a supporting material. Your divine dragon bloodline is just right." "Ayaya, how dare you tease me? If it wasn't for my divine sense existing for so long, you wouldn't have the right to talk to me." Qin Fen didn't care about the divine sense's anger. He waved his hand and took out many refining materials from his storage ring. The immortal artifact he mentioned was the fourth weapon in the system's out-of-print interface, Heaven's Rainbow. Heaven's Rainbow was an immortal artifact. The materials needed to forge it were very precious. However, Qin Fen had collected most of them over the years. He was just missing a supporting material. Broken Moon Stone, Immortal Flower Stone, Radiant Stone, Star Sand, Dark Cloudwood. When a pile of precious crafting materials was placed in front of him, the angry divine sense quickly calmed down. "You really want to forge an immortal artifact? You're an immortal master?" Qin Fen, of course, wasn't an immortal master. His refining level was still at the low-grade True Tool Grandmaster level. However, Heaven's Rainbow was something the system wanted to forge. As long as he collected all the materials, he could throw them into the system to forge. "You don't have to worry about the artifact forging. If you agree to my suggestion, I will start forging the immortal artifact right now," Qin Fen said indifferently. Although the divine sense did not have any physical manifestation, its emotions could be transmitted. Qin Fen could feel the shock in his divine sense. After all, there were no immortal masters on the divine continent. "If you dare trick me, I will use my spiritual will to destroy my bloodline. I will never let you get it." The spiritual will was tempted. Qin Fen didn't waste any more words. He quickly formed hand seals and injected them into the materials. Although he could throw the materials into the system to forge Heaven's Rainbow, this was a great opportunity for him to improve his forging skills. Qin Fen decided to complete the forging process himself. At the same time, this would increase the divine sense's trust in him. The forging of an immortal artifact was not an easy task. After Qin Fen had been performing hand seals for 3 days, the colossal beast guarding outside the cave had finally broken free from the domain. However, the colossal beast did not attack Qin Fen again. It must have received the order from the divine sense. On the 5th day, Qin Fen completed the initial forging process. The refinement and fusion that followed were beyond his forging skills. He threw the materials he had carved into the system's cauldron of heaven and earth. Then he looked at the red boulder in the middle of the cave and said, "I'm going to fuse the bloodline into the immortal artifact now." The divine sense fluctuated, and the hovering boulder slowly flew to Qin Fen's side. "You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I will perish together with the bloodline." Qin Fen grabbed the divine dragon bloodline in his hand and immediately felt the existence of a powerful divine sense in the bloodline. He quickly understood that this divine sense was that divine sense, and now the divine sense had already fused with the bloodline. "As long as you don't interfere with my forging, I will give you a new life," Qin Fen promised. Then he threw the divine dragon bloodline into the system's cauldron of heaven and earth. The divine sense immediately realized something was wrong. "Huh, what is this place? Is this not the divine Dragon Mountain?" Qin Fen was surprised. He didn't expect that the remnant divine sense could still sense the existence of the system. However, Qin Fen wasn't worried. After all, it was just a divine sense. He could destroy it at any time. "You better not struggle. I want to forge the immortal artifact in the small world. Otherwise, with the spiritual qi in the divine Dragon Mountain, there is no way to forge the immortal artifact. Qin Fin found an excuse. The divine sense stopped fluctuating. It said in a serious tone, "You actually have a small world? Who are you exactly? What sect are you from?" "I have no right to tell you these things. I am going to forge in seclusion. You better not disturb me. Otherwise, if you are not careful, your divine sense will be destroyed instantly." Qin Fin made the matter sound very serious. As expected, the divine sense shut up. Qin Fin didn't need to worry about the forging. He just used his divine sense to observe the situation of the cauldron of heaven and earth to prevent any accidents. 7 days later, there was a loud sound in the cauldron of heaven and earth. When the furnace opened, a rainbow light shot into the sky. The chaotic phenomena in the system changed. It was like a spectacular scene of the opening of heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Fin, for completing the quest to forge the immortal artifact, Heaven Rainbow. The system rewards host Qin Fin 10 million hedonist points, a bottle of truth realization pills, and a 9-colored flower. Host Qin Fin's total hedonist points: 1,0329 million hedonist points. The system's notification sounded. An exquisite jade bottle and a plant with 9 flowers in full bloom fell into Qin Fin's hands. "Huh, the immortal artifact has appeared? I feel like I'm in a sword." An old voice sounded. Qin Fin put away the quest reward. When he activated his divine sense, a rainbow light descended from the sky and landed under Qin Fin's feet. It was a fiery red longsword. The sword was not made of solid material. It looked like it was made of flowing blood. When Qin Fin grabbed the heaven rainbow, he immediately activated his qi and slashed with the sword. The rainbow light shot into the sky. The clouds were split open. It was as if the sky had been split in half. The divine dragon mountain that towered into the clouds collapsed. The true dragon beast was dumbfounded and held in pain. The immortal artifact has appeared. It is named Heaven Rainbow. Qin Fin's eyes were filled with surprise. The place he could see had been razed to the ground by the sword. The divine sense was also shocked. It muttered to itself, "Is this the power of an immortal artifact? It's comparable to my cultivation when I was at my peak." Qin Fin didn't know who the owner of the divine sense was. However, if the owner of the divine sense was comparable to the heaven rainbow soared at his peak, he must have been a world-shaking figure. "Senior, I've done what I promised. I hope you can stay in the heaven rainbow, soared in peace. Perhaps one day you'll become one with the sword and truly be reborn," Qin Fin said. "First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2151. Including the sky rainbow, Qin Fin now had 2 immortal weapons. The ruler was also an immortal weapon to Qin Fin, but it hadn't been refined into an immortal weapon yet. During the process of forging the sky rainbow, Qin Fin had many new understandings of smithing. When he took out the ruler again to refine it, he found that his smithing skills had reached the level of a high-grade cultivation tool master. Qin Fin used the rest of the smithing materials to refine the ruler. 10 days later, the ruler had become a high-grade cultivation tool treasure sword. Then he remembered the reward for forging the sky rainbow. With a thought, the exquisite jade bottle and the 9-flower spiritual plant appeared by his feet. Qin Fin opened the jade bottle and a rich pill fragrance wafted out. There were 6 golden pills in the bottle. Each pill was the size of a ping-pong ball. There were 9 clear lines on the pills. They were 6 level 9, level 7 imperial pills. "Master, this is a bottle of truth realization pills to help cultivators break through to the true form realm." Little Pig's voice came. Qin Fin had been using immortal stones to break through recently and hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the true form realm. Most of the true form experts on the divine continent had used pills to break through. However, Qin Fen still kept the true realization pill. He had agreed to meet Nan Tianjue in Eastfield Continent's Spirit Breath City half a year later. Now, more than a month had passed since the agreed time. Including the journey to Eastfield Continent, which would take 2 months, Qin Fen did not have much time left. Qin Fen picked up the 9-color flower. According to the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, this was a rare level 9 spiritual herb. It could be used to refine the 9-color pill. The 9-color pill was a miraculous pill used to cleanse the spirit root. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to awaken the spirit root. However, Qin Fen had a full spirit root. This 9-color flower didn't mean much to him. After calming himself down, Qin Fen continued his journey. This trip to Eastfield Continent was fraught with grim possibilities. However, he had to go. Not only did he have to complete the mission of the person undergoing the tribulation, but he also had to unveil the mysteries of the system. Ever since Qin Fen came to the Divine Continent, he had been searching for his mother. He had searched all 3 continents, but hadn't found any news of his mother. He had a feeling that his mother was in Eastfield Continent. 2 months later, Qin Fen stepped into the Eastfield Continent. He originally intended to ride the Black Tortoise to the Eastfield Continent, but after thinking that the Black Tortoise was too eye-catching, it would cause a huge commotion in the sea region and could easily attract trouble. Just as he landed in the Eastfield Continent, Qin Fen saw a row of heavily guarded city gates. Every cultivator entering the city had to go through an inspection before they could enter. Qin Fen didn't know if the security in the Eastfield Continent had always been so tight or if something had happened recently. Soon, it was his turn to be inspected. One of the 2 guards held a portrait in his hand to compare. When he saw Qin Fen's appearance, the guard's expression changed drastically. "We found him. He's at checkpoint 1. The guard shouted, and over 100 guards immediately flew over from the other stations. Everyone surrounded Qin Fen. Some people even took out their weapons and looked like tigers eyeing their prey. What's going on? What crime did that man commit? Some time ago, the entrance to the Eastfield Continent wasn't so strict. Recently, there have been people taking shifts to guard the entrance. Something big must have happened. Don't be a busybody. As long as they didn't capture us, it's fine. We should leave this place as soon as possible." The crowd discussed among themselves. Qin Fen was confused by the sudden situation. He stared coldly at the guard who was inspecting him and shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" The guard didn't explain at all. He suddenly threw a few array flags into the air. When the array flags landed around Qin Fen, light barriers appeared. It was actually a grade 7 trap array. When the trap array was formed, the rest of the guards made their moves. All of them were killing moves. Qin Fen's anger exploded. He slammed his palm towards the array eye of the grade 7 trap array. A loud sound rang through the sky. The seemingly indestructible array wall collapsed instantly. Even the guards that were flying over were sent flying. "You people want to kill me without saying anything. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Qin Fen roared in anger. Violent true essence surged out. Many cultivators couldn't breathe from the pressure. They were shocked. They didn't expect Qin Fen to have such a ferocious, true essence aura at such a young age. "I advise you to surrender. If not, you will be killed on the spot," one of the guards shouted. Qin Fen still didn't understand why these guards wanted to capture him. But since they wanted to kill him, Qin Fen wouldn't show mercy. The blade slashed down. Even the celestial phenomena had changed. A purple mist appeared in the sky. The enchanting scene attracted the crowd. Not good. There's killing intent in the purple mist. Someone woke up. But by the time the guards realized that danger was approaching, it was already too late. An explosion shook the ground. The purple mist fell like a cloud. The fierce blade energy instantly shattered the guards. Even their nascent souls were destroyed. At this moment, Tens of black figures flew over. Each of them had powerful, true essence. They were a group of disaster transformation state experts. Although Qin Feng wasn't afraid of these cultivators, he still chose to fly away on his sword. After all, this was Eastfield Continent. If he started a massacre here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where is he? When that group of cultivators landed, one of them, an old man in a white robe, glared angrily. One of the surviving guards walked out and said carefully, "Elder Tianhe, he escaped." Escaped? What the hell are you bunch of trash doing? Hundreds of people couldn't catch one person? Tian, he raged. The guard said with a wronged face, "Elder Tianhe, that person is strong, at least disaster transformation state. Our full power attacks couldn't harm him at all. Instead, we lost tens of brothers." Tian, he had nowhere to vent his anger. He said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Where did that ant run off to? Take me to catch him." Everyone flew away with shocking aura. The crowd at the entrance was in an uproar as they discussed what had just happened. "Who is that Elder Tianhe? He has such a big temper." "Quiet, he's a small elder of Kobe sect. If he hears you talking behind his back, he'll kill you." After learning the identity of the group of people from Tianhe, the crowd revealed terrified expressions and even lowered their voices by several decibels. "It's actually a small elder of Kobe sect. I don't know what that young hero did to have enmity with Kobe sect. He probably won't be able to escape death. You guys still care about other people's life and death? Hurry up and enter the city. Maybe Kobe sect people will come back and cause trouble for whoever they don't like. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2152. Qin Feng had already escaped from Tianhe's group, but he still couldn't figure out who those people were. Why were they looking for trouble with him? Although it was Qin Feng's first time in the Eastfield Continent, Nan Tianjue gave him a map of the continent before he left. Qin Feng walked and stopped along the way until he finally found the Immortal Herb Valley. After arriving at the Immortal Medicinal Valley, Qin Feng finally understood the reason why Nan Tianjue had him come here. Just by standing at the periphery of the continuous mountain range, there were bursts of dense spiritual energy surging out from the depths of the valley. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the Immortal Medicinal Valley was very special. It concealed a unique aura. Sounds of fighting came from not far away. A cultivator was covered in blood and was fleeing in Qin Feng's direction. Behind the injured cultivator were 4 people, all at the cauldron-filling realm. The 4 of them attacked with killing moves. They probably had some kind of grudge with the escaping cultivator. This kind of fighting could be seen everywhere in the divine, supreme continent, but Qin Feng had no intention of interfering. However, when the 4 of them flew past Qin Feng, one of them suddenly stopped. "Senior brother, this kid looks like a wanted criminal." The other 3 turned around. The strongest among them, a peak cauldron-filling realm cultivator, landed on his sword beside Qin Feng. After carefully examining him, he laughed excitedly. "Ha! It really is that wanted criminal. As long as we can catch him, we can claim the reward of 1 billion spirit stones." In the face of 1 billion spirit stones, normal cultivators couldn't resist the temptation. The 4 people who were chasing the injured cultivator all landed beside Qin Feng. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that the escaping cultivator had also returned. However, the 4 people were no longer interested in the injured cultivator and didn't even bother to look at him. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Feng like a pack of hungry wolves looking at delicious food. "It's really you? You're wanted by the entire continent," the injured cultivator said. Qin Feng was confused. It was his first time in the Eastfield Continent, and he had been on the road for the past few days. He did not cause any trouble, but these cultivators seemed to know him. "Young hero, I've implicated you this time. Hurry up and run. I can help you stall for an incense's time," the injured cultivator said. Qin Feng was surprised. It was rare to see someone like the cultivator in front of him on the divine continent. He could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he didn't hesitate to stay to make up for his mistake. You can go by yourself. Don't worry about my safety, Qin Feng said to the cultivator. The man cupped his hands. Young hero, these 4 people are the young elders of the Island of Ice, and all of them have reached the cauldron-filling realm. Judging from your age, you are no match for them. My name is Zheng Fei, a disciple of the 7-Star Sect, 7 Stars Spring. If young hero can escape alive, please go to the 7 Stars Spring and report that I was killed by Elder Bingdao. This cultivator called Zheng Fei had already made up his mind to die. Qin Feng was speechless. With his current cultivation for cauldron-filling state, cultivators were nothing to him. Humph! Neither of you will be able to leave today. Junior brother Nieshuang, you and Niexing will be responsible for killing Zheng Fei. Senior brother and I will capture the fugitive. A white-robed old man took the initiative to attack. He grabbed at Qin Feng with his palm. A giant hand made of Zhan Yuan appeared in the air. It descended from the sky like a dark cloud, and it shrouded Qin Feng's head. As the old man clenched his fist, the giant hand made of Zhan Yuan also closed up. Qin Feng, who was in the middle of the hand, felt like the monkey son Wukong, who was about to be pinched by Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Young hero, be careful. Zheng Fei's heart was pounding. He wanted to help Qin Feng, but it was already too late by the time he realized the danger. A loud noise came from the hand, and Zheng Fei's heart instantly fell to the bottom. He thought that Qin Feng had been pinched to death, but a moment later, the miserable shriek of the Island of Ice's elder resounded in the air. However, he only managed to utter a single sentence before a violent explosion occurred. Junior brother Niezhong, are you all right? Why can't I sense senior brother Niezhong's aura anymore? Not good. That guy killed Niezhong. The expressions of the remaining 3 Island of Ice's elders changed dramatically. They finally realized the danger Qin Feng was in. No wonder this guy had a bounty of 1 billion spirit stones. He was actually a revered martial artist with a high cultivation. The 3 Island of Ice's elders didn't dare to attack again. Niezhong's cultivation was about the same as theirs, and the fact that Qin Feng could kill Niezhong in an instant showed that his cultivation was far above theirs. Young hero, you killed Niezhong? Zheng Fei's face was also filled with disbelief. Qin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he used his actions to explain everything. It seemed like he had casually chopped down with a saber, but a bright purple light appeared in the sky. The few people's gazes were instantly attracted by the purple light, and they only came back to their senses when they sensed the surging saber energy hidden in the air. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded. By the time the 3 Island of Ice's elders realized the danger, it was already too late. They didn't even have the time to scream before their bodies and nascent souls exploded into pieces. The violent explosion lasted for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. When the wind blew and the clouds dispersed, the scene in front of them returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Young hero, which sect are you from? You actually have such a good cultivation. Zheng Fei finally came back to his senses. Qin Feng didn't want to expose the fact that he was a cultivator from another continent, so he changed the topic and said, Brother Zheng, those 4 people said that I'm a wanted criminal. What's going on? Zheng Fei was shocked. Young hero, don't you know? You're already wanted by the Kobe sect, and now all the entrances to the major markets are guarded by the Kobe sect's disciples, and the intensity of the search is unprecedented. Qin Feng immediately understood when he heard about the Kobe sect. It seemed that the news of him killing Tianming and the others in the South Flat Continent's Sky Connection City had already spread. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that the Kobe sect actually knew that he was coming to the Eastfield continent. Otherwise, why would they arrest him in the Eastfield continent? Thank you for telling me, Brother Zheng. I really didn't know about this. I'm going to the Immortal Medicine Valley now. We'll meet again if fate allows it. After knowing that he was wanted by the Kobe sect in the entire continent, Qin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned to hide in the Immortal Medicine Valley and think of a way to meet up with Nan Tianjue in Spirit Breath City. Zhang Fei still wanted to say something, but Qin Feng had already disappeared into the distance. Zhang Fei looked at the Immortal Medicine Valley in the distance and muttered, "What a pity! I didn't get to ask young hero where he came from, and I don't know how he offended the Kobe sect to be wanted by the entire continent." However, seeing that he could instantly kill a cauldron filling state expert at such a young age, he's obviously not an ordinary person. When Qin Feng passed through the array door under a mountain, the scene in front of him changed, and he was already in the valley. The surrounding spiritual energy became denser, and the unique substance in the spiritual energy became more abundant. When Qin Feng breathed in the air in the valley, he felt the creation of heaven and earth art start to circulate on its own. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2153. This is a magical place. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The density of the spirit qi in the valley was only comparable to that in the astral space. However, the spirit qi in the valley had a unique aura that Qin Feng felt was familiar with immortal qi. This is the unique aura of the immortal stones. Qin Feng was shocked. However, he quickly doubted this conjecture. If the unique aura in the valley was really immortal qi, how many immortal stones would be needed to cover such a huge valley with immortal qi? Thinking about this, Qin Feng gave up on the idea of immortal stones. This was the cultivation continent, and immortal stones were very rare. That conjecture wouldn't exist. Master, why don't you find the source of this aura? Perhaps the problem will be solved, Little Pig said. Qin Feng had the same plan, so he flew into the valley on his flying sword. There seemed to be no restrictions in the valley. Any cultivator could enter and leave. Qin Feng met many people along the way. They ranged from hollow spirit state to disaster, transformation state. He even met a true form mighty figure. However, all the cultivators who came to the valley behaved themselves. Qin Feng didn't see any fights along the way. Later on, Qin Feng figured out the reason. There were only 2 types of cultivators who came to the valley. One type came to break through in seclusion, while the other type came to pick spirit herbs and spirit plants. The Immortal Medicine Valley had boundless spirit qi, and spirit plants grew everywhere. There wouldn't be any conflicts between cultivators over resources. Young hero, please wait. Just as Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, an old voice came from behind him. He scanned with his spirit sense, and his mood turned serious. It was the true form mighty figure he had met not long ago. This true form mighty figure was only at the mid-stage true form. With Qin Feng's current cultivation level, he was confident he could kill him if he used all his strength. However, this was the Eastfield continent. If Qin Feng really fought with the old man, it would definitely attract a crowd. Even if he had changed his appearance to Qiao Feng, the resourceful Kobe sect might still be able to see through him. May I know what the matter is, Senior? Qin Feng stopped and looked confused. The true form old man smiled and said, Young hero, I am the pavilion master of auspicious Cloud Pavilion, Yuzhen. I have something to discuss with you, young hero. If other cultivators were to hear Yuzhen's words, they would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because Auspicious Cloud Pavilion was one of the few 8-star sects in the Eastfield continent. However, Qin Feng did not know much about the powers in the Eastfield continent, so he maintained a calm expression. Senior, please speak your mind. Qin Feng didn't want to beat around the bush. This immortal medicinal valley has a secret area. I wonder if young hero is interested? Yu Zhen said. Qin Feng didn't know that there was a mystic realm in the immortal Her Valley. He also didn't hear Nan Tianjue mention it. However, Qin Feng immediately thought of the unique aura in the valley. Could it be related to the mystic realm? If Senior finds the secret realm, you can go there yourself. How can I help you? Qin Feng pretended to be uninterested. Yu Zhen transmitted his voice using his divine sense. Young hero, you might not know this, but the entrance to the mystic realm is a level 9 grand array. It's hard for me to break the array by myself, so I want to find a few cultivators with slightly higher realms to help me break the array. Seeing that Qin Feng's expression didn't change, Yu Zhen continued, Young hero, don't worry. If the formation door is really broken, I will split whatever treasures are in the secret realm with everyone. Actually, Qin Feng didn't need to team up with Yu Zhen. With his level 8 formation immortal status, he could find the secret realm himself. However, Yu Zhen had already found the secret realm. Unless the old man couldn't open the formation door, he would leave. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm alone. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng could wait for a few months or even a year. As long as the true form old man left, he could try to enter the secret realm. However, he didn't have much time left. If he wanted to enter the secret realm quickly, he could only team up with Yu Zhen. After some analysis, Qin Feng nodded and agreed. Okay, then I will follow you. The two left on their swords. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng was brought to a mountain deep in the valley. There were 4 people gathered here. When Qin Feng scanned with his spirit sense, they were disaster, transformation state, tertiary stage, or peak stage powerful beings. Dao friends, today I, Yu Zhen, invite everyone to team up and enter the secret realm. It's said that this secret realm is filled with spirit chi and spirit herbs. If you can break the formation and enter, you can take all the treasures you see. The 4 people at the foot of the mountain were Yu Zhen's helpers. Qin Feng realized that this old man had found all disaster transformation state cultivators. He probably wanted to be in control at all times. They introduced each other. Qin Feng didn't care about the 4's identity. Plus, he wasn't familiar with the factions of Eastfield State. Even if he heard their sect, he wouldn't know what it was like. Qin Feng's attention was focused on an open space at the foot of the mountain. There was a huge array hidden there, and it actually enveloped the entire mountain in front of him. This formation was probably the secret realm formation door Yu Zhen was talking about. It wasn't something a truth realization state cultivator could break open. Yu Zhen said, Dao friends, we have enough people. Right in front of us is the entrance to the secret area of the immortal medicinal valley. However, the entrance is hidden by a rank 9 great array. Everyone, don't worry. This rank 9 great array has existed for a long time. The aura of the array has already weakened. I believe that if all of you join hands and attack it, we will be able to break it. The crowd started discussing. Yu Zhen Qianbei, we don't have anyone here who knows formation. Should we find a formation master? That way, the success rate will increase greatly. Level 9 formation is the top formation of divine supreme continent. Even if it's been there for a long time, it's not easy to break. I have heard that a few almighty experts have entered the secret area of the immortal medicinal valley before. However, none of them were able to leave. Should we reconsider? Knowing that there was a level 9 grand array blocking them, the few cultivators showed signs of retreating. Yu Zhen quickly said, Dao friends, listen to me. Do you know why none of the cultivators who entered the valley came out? Someone said, Isn't it because the secret realm of the immortal medicine valley is filled with dangers everywhere, and those supreme experts all fell inside? Yu Zhen shook her head and said in a serious tone, Of course it's not like that. Those powerful beings have entered another world. They were confused. Entered another world? Yu Zhen Qianbei, what do you mean? Someone asked. The spiritual energy in the Divine Herb Valley's secret territory is so dense that it's the highest in the entire Divine Supreme Continent. Some almighty experts who were lucky enough to enter the Divine Herb Valley's secret territory were able to break through in seclusion amidst the abundant spiritual energy. First, set a small goal. For example, Remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2154. Everyone was shocked. The powerful cultivators who entered the immortal Medicine Valley were fairies? Senior Yu Zhen, is what you said true? Someone showed a doubtful look. Yu Zhen said seriously, why would I say such things? My senior brother, Yu Qi, entered the immortal Medicine Valley and flew to the fairy realm. Besides Qin Fen, the other 4 cultivators had heard of Yu Qi's name. Yu Qi was rumored to be a powerful cultivator who had entered the true immortal realm. He was the previous pavilion master of the auspicious Cloud Pavilion, but he suddenly disappeared a few years ago, so his junior brother took over as the new pavilion master. 2 of the cultivators began believing Yu Zhen's words. It was rare for someone to spout nonsense about a fellow disciple. Yu Zhen continued, if you don't believe me, you can break the array with me first, then enter the immortal Medicine Valley to find out. If you really think that I lied to you, you can come out then. Since a true form realm senior had said this, the 4 disaster transformation realm juniors couldn't raise any doubts. Qin Fen didn't say anything. He was now interested in the secret realm of the immortal Medicine Valley. Even if Yu Zhen and the 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators decided to retreat, he had to go in and see what was going on. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. Yu Zhen waved his palm in the air and pointed to a direction for everyone. Fellow cultivators, according to my observations, this position has the weakest aura. It should be one of the array eyes of the hidden array. Everyone attack it with all your might and see if you can break the array. Yu Zhen shouted. The 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators immediately attacked. Qin Fen had already studied the hidden array in front of him and found the 8 array eyes of the array. Yu Zhen was leading everyone to attack one of the array eyes. Qin Fen had found 2 of the 8 array eyes that were looser than the one Yu Zhen had found, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid attracting everyone's attention. The biggest reason he didn't say the secret of the array eyes was because the level 9 array in front of them was very old. The aura of the array was weak and hard to detect. Even if they attacked the array eyes that Yu Zhen had pointed out, they would still be able to break the array in the end. 3 days later, under everyone's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. There was a loud explosion in the air, and the peak in front of them shook. It's broken. The formation has been destroyed. Someone shouted excitedly. Without saying a word, Yu Zhen had already taken the lead and rushed into the floating array door. The rest of them regained their senses and immediately followed suit. When the scene reappeared before his eyes, the environment had changed drastically. The mountain range from before had turned into an empty plain. The plains were filled with spirit grasses and spirit plants. Level 3 and 4 spirit grasses were flourishing like weeds, while level 5 and level 6 spirit grasses were very common. One could even see some level 7 and level 8 spirit plants mixed among the thousands of flowers. Haha, I'm rich. We've struck it rich this time. A cultivator shouted excitedly. The other 3 were already squatting on the ground, gathering spiritual herbs. Yu Zhen did not care about the spiritual herbs on the mountain. He looked into the distance and suddenly left on his sword. Qin Fen spread out his divine sense and swept it in the direction where Yu Zhen had disappeared. He immediately sensed that the spiritual qi in that area was very unusual. The unique aura was getting stronger and stronger. Where did Senior Yu Zhen go? The disaster transformation stage cultivator who came with us is also gone. Who cares about them? Let's continue gathering spiritual herbs and then cultivate in the secret realm medicinal valley. I feel that the spiritual qi here is different. No wonder Senior Yu Qi could ascend to immortality here. Maybe we can too. The few of them had no intention of looking for Qin Fen and Yu Zhen. They continued to gather spiritual herbs. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Qin Fen arrived at the foot of a huge mountain. The mountain seemed to have appeared out of thin air and suddenly blocked his way. Yu Zhen was also standing at the foot of the mountain. He was attacking a formation at the foot of the mountain. It was another level 9 formation. The aura of this formation was even stronger than the one at the entrance of the secret realm. Young hero, you came at the right time. I guess the formation at the foot of the mountain is the real, small secret realm. As long as we can work together to destroy the formation door, we can enter to find the real treasure. Yu Zhan said excitedly. Qin Fen had no intention of helping. He stood at the side and watched Yu Zhan attack. After a while, Yu Zhan woke up and turned to look at Qin Fen. Young hero, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping? Qin Fen said coldly, I have a way to destroy this formation door myself. There's no need for me to work together with you. Yu Zhan's face turned cold. You are really arrogant. The level 9 formation is even stronger than the entrance. Even I can't destroy it alone. How can a mere disaster, transformation, realm, cultivator like you break it? Whether or not I can destroy it is my problem. What you need to do now is to leave this place. Qin Fen's tone was unquestionable. Yu Zhen stopped his attack and looked at Qin Fen in disbelief. Young man, do you know what you are saying? Haven't I made myself clear enough? Or are your ears not working well? I want you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Fen's expression was serious. He did not look like he was joking. Yu Zhan was surprised. He did not understand where Qin Fen got his confidence from. Originally, he wanted to get Qin Fen's help to break the formation, and then kill Qin Fen after they entered the real mystery realm. However, now that Yu Zhan was enraged, killing intent rose in his heart. At worst, he would kill Qin Fen first, and then find the other 4 cultivators to help him break the formation. You insolent ant! I will show you the power of a true form, cultivator. Yu Zhen suddenly struck out with his palm. The sky was covered by clouds. Looking closely, it was not clouds covering the sky. It was Yu Zhen's true essence giant hand that fell to the ground. I have seen many true form cultivators' power. They are nothing more than this. Qin Fen did not have any intention of retreating when facing the surging quintessence hand seal. He raised his saber and drew a resplendent purple light above his head. The purple light seemed to have a life of its own. It extended quickly and finally cut through the true essence giant hand, splitting it in half. A spectacular scene appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was cut in half. The 4 disaster transformation realm cultivators stood far away and looked at the sky. They were still in awe of the spectacular change in the sky. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the explosion. Qin Fen's Tsang Qi struck Yu Zhen. The saber Qi hit him and sent him crashing into the mountain. Yu Zhen immediately stepped on his sword and flew away. Loud sounds came from behind him. That was the sound of the saber Qi cutting through the sky. Who are you, brat? Why haven't I seen you before? Yu Zhen's expression changed. Qin Fen was only at the late-stage disaster transformation realm, but his true essence aura was as strong as a true form cultivator. Usually, such a young and outstanding cultivator would be famous. However, Yu Zhan had never heard of Qin Fen in the hundreds of years he had been in the Eastfield continent. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2155. There are trillions of cultivators in the Eastfield continent. How could you have seen all of them? It's normal that you don't know me. Why are you so surprised? Qin Fen said coldly. Yu Zhan was furious. He knew that Qin Fen was insulting him. If all the cultivators in the Eastfield continent had the same cultivation level as Qin Fen, the Divine Supreme Continent would change drastically. Junior Ant, I didn't use my full power just now. Do you really think you're so powerful? Then use your full power now, or you won't have a chance. Qin Fen said carelessly. Aya, you're indeed an ant. I'll show you my power. Yu Zhen was about to explode. Essential essence surged from his body. At this moment, the old man had truly erupted with his full strength. That surge of true energy was like a raging tsunami that was about to engulf the foot of the mountain. Qin Fen raised his eyebrows. He felt a strong sense of oppression. This feeling was very clear. He hadn't felt it when he was fighting the Thunder King and the other true form realm cultivators. This showed that Yu Zhen was far more powerful than the Thunder King and the others. Qin Fen didn't dare to be careless. Before his opponent's aura surrounded him, he activated his divine consciousness and expanded his sword domain. Haha, and you're not far from death. Yu Zhen didn't realize the sword domain was formed. He was still laughing wildly. However, halfway through his laughter, his expression changed drastically. The surging aura on his body seemed to have been frozen, and he was actually unable to release it. No, this is a domain. Yu Zhen was a true form realm cultivator and had started to understand a domain. When he realized that Qin Fen could use a domain, his eyes almost fell to the ground. But this was just the beginning. Suddenly, several sword qis shot out from the domain and instantly enveloped him. Before he could react, a loud sound exploded on his body, causing his skin to split open. It's a sword domain? You're just a disaster, transformation state, cultivator. How can you understand a sword domain? Yu Zhen even forgot about his pain and found it hard to accept the reality before his eyes. He immediately unleashed his comprehension, only to discover that his comprehension of domains was completely inferior to Qin Fen's. When his domain formed, it was immediately devoured by Qin Fen's sword domain. Nothing is impossible in the divine supreme continent. It's not too late for you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Qin Feng's expression was cold, but he was nervous on the inside. Under normal circumstances, when his sword domain was formed, his enemies would immediately be destroyed in the sword domain. However, when the countless sword qis collided with Yu Zhen's body, they only caused superficial wounds. They did not destroy his physical body, let alone force out his nascent soul body. Yu Zhen, on the other hand, did not know any of this. He really thought that Qin Fen was merciful and did not kill him. No matter what, in Qin Fen's powerful sword domain, he did not have the slightest chance to retaliate. Now that he had a chance to escape, Yu Zhen did not hesitate to step on his sword and leave. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief as he watched Yu Zhen disappear into the distance. Even though Qin Fen's spiritual sea was incomparably powerful, it was still very taxing for him to use his sword domain. If Yu Zhen had held on for a little longer, Qin Fen's sword domain would have collapsed by itself. At that time, it would be Yu Zhen's turn to oppress him. Time was running out. Qin Fen immediately tried to break the formation. After some research, Qin Fen confirmed that there was a level 9 concealment formation in front of him. The eye of the formation was extremely well hidden. If Qin Fen was not a level 8 array immortal, he would not have been able to find it. After half a day, Qin Fen finally found the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation was hidden outside of the formation. This method of setting up an array was an eye-opener for Qin Fen. Rumble. After finding the eye of the formation, Qin Fen immediately attacked fiercely. The Tsangqi, the unparalleled sword, and the heavenly rainbow came down one after another. Half of the sky was disrupted by him. Look, the weather over there is changing again. The 4 disaster transformation state cultivators were once again attracted. Someone said, frequent changes in the weather means that there is a rare treasure over there. Senior Yu Zhen and that disaster transformation state cultivator are nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they went there to look for treasure? Anyway, there are spiritual plants everywhere in the medicinal valley hidden realm. Why don't we go there and see what's going on? We don't have to rush to pick the spiritual plants. All right, let's go take a look. The 4 of them stepped on their swords, and after 15 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Isn't the medicinal valley hidden realm an endless plain? Why is there a mountain all of a sudden? Look, That's the cultivator who teamed up with us. What is he doing? Why don't we see Senior Yu Zhen? Should we go up and ask him about it? The four of them didn't understand. Qin Fun had already attacked the eye of the formation for a while. He realized that the strength of the formation was much stronger than he imagined. With his strength alone, it would probably take him 10 days to half a month to break it. Fellow Taoists, I'm attacking a hidden array gate, Qin Fun said. The reason why he wanted to chase Yuzhen away, but was willing to let the other four stay, was actually very simple. Yuzhen's motives were not pure, and he was a threat to him. However, even if the four disaster transformation state cultivators teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The four of them were slightly stunned. One of them asked, "Young hero, what array gate are you attacking?" I don't know the specifics, but this is a level 9 hidden array. It's even more powerful than the array gate at the entrance of the hidden realm. I believe there are even better treasures hidden inside. The four of them immediately became spirited. 3 of them had already joined Qin Fun's group. The other one looked around and asked, "Young hero, why don't I see Senior Yu Zhen?" Qin Fun casually made up an excuse and said, "I don't see Senior Yu Zhen. Isn't he with you guys?" "Senior Yu Zhen isn't with us." "Forget it. Let's work together to break this array first." The other cultivator also joined the group. He was only curious about where Yu Zhen went. If they really couldn't find him, he couldn't be bothered to care. With the 5 of them working together, the aura of the array gate quickly weakened. 5 days later, there was a loud explosion. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. They guessed that this was the sound of the array gate being broken. "Young hero, is the array gate broken?" Qin Fun suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "That's right. The array gate has been broken, but there are still some aftershocks. Everyone wait for a while before entering." Before the explosion subsided, a few figures flew over from afar. When Qin Fun scanned with his spiritual consciousness, his expression changed instantly. The lowest cultivation level of the dozen people that flew over was at the mid-stage disaster transformation state. There were also 3 true form realm cultivators. Qin Fun knew the leader of this group. It was Yu Zhen, whom he had chased away a few days ago. "Ant, how dare you go against the auspicious Cloud Pavilion? Today will be the day you die." Yu Zhen's voice had already spread throughout the mountain before he arrived. The 4 people who had teamed up with Qin Fun were shocked and looked into the distance. Chapter 2156. Yu Zhen Qianbei is here. Why do I feel he's filled with killing intent? He seems to be looking for trouble. That's Heaven West sect leader Yin Fei, 9 Dragon Mountain Village leader Hu Kaiqing, and Qi River sect leader Yi Jing. These 3 are all famous truth realization state powerful beings in Eastfield State. Why are they all here? The expressions of the people in Qin Feng's team changed drastically. They didn't know that Qin Feng had offended Yu Zhen, so they didn't know what was happening. Just as they were exclaiming in surprise, Yu Zhen had already landed on the ground. She glared at Qin Feng coldly. "And if I don't kill you today, I'm not a truth realization state cultivator. Yu Zhen, where's the secret realm formation door?" "I don't have time to care about your private affairs. If there's no secret realm or treasure, I'll be leaving first." The 3 truth realization state cultivators landed. They were all arrogant and didn't even care about Yu Zhen. Hu Kaiqing saw that there were no traces of the formation and decided to fly away. Yu Zhen temporarily stopped cursing Qin Feng and immediately said to the 3 of them, "Senior brothers, there was originally a hidden array door at the foot of this mountain, but now the aura of the array door has weakened and the array is nowhere to be seen. I guess it was broken by those guys." Hu Kaiqing sneered. If I remember correctly, you said that the Secret Realms formation gate is a level 9 formation. That formation gate is so powerful that these disaster transformation state ants can break it. Yu Zhen, if you want to deal with that kid, just do it yourself. Why drag the three of us over? Yun Fei from the Western, heavenly faction appeared displeased. Yu Zhen was speechless. He didn't lie to them. If it wasn't for killing Qin Feng, he would have broken the formation and entered the secret realm secretly. Why would he share it with others? Senior brothers, it's true that I have a grudge against that kid. However, I invited you here because I really want to break the array and enter the pocket dimension together. Now that the kid has discovered and broken the array, I wonder if they have just broken the array or if they have already found the treasure, Yu Zhen said. At this point, the few people in Qin Feng's party understood the situation. When they found out that Qin Feng had offended the pavilion master of Auspicious Cloud Pavilion, Senior Yu Zhen, they instinctively took a few steps back. Senior Yu Zhen, we just broke the array formation, and then the seniors arrived. If the seniors are interested in this mystic realm, then this junior will go ahead first. This junior does not know that that person offended Senior Yu Zhen. I will also leave this place. In just a short while, Qin Feng's team had all left. In the divine continent where martial arts were respected, knowing when to advance and when to retreat was the only way to live longer. Qin Feng had already guessed this result, so he maintained a calm expression. Seeing that the outcome was set, Yu Zhen laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha! Little ant, you want to monopolize the Medicine Valley's mystic realm with your cultivation? You really overestimate yourself." Qin Feng sneered, I've never said that I'm going to take the arcane realm for myself. Otherwise, why would I form a team to break the formation? Didn't you want to bewitch those three to deal with me? If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Stop being so wishy-washy. Hua Kaiqing and them days, they didn't expect a disaster transformation state and dared to be this cocky in front of truth realization state cultivators. Yu Zhen, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. He was worried that Yi Jing and the others didn't want to help him. Now, they were probably unhappy with Qin Feng, even without him saying anything. Junior, which sect are you from? Qi River sect leader Yi Jing asked. I don't belong to any sect, Qin Feng said. Yi Jing was enraged. How dare a junior who doesn't belong to any sect behave atrociously here? Leave now, or I'll kill you with one palm. You won't be able to kill me. I advise you to stay away from Yu Zhen. He'll kill you sooner or later. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. The few of them were stunned. Yi Jing came back to his senses and flew towards Qin Feng with a roar. Ignorant ant, I'll show you the power of truth realization state. There was a loud explosion in the sky. A magnificent true essence giant hand that looked like a cloud and mist fell, instantly covering the sky above where Qin Feng was standing. In the blink of an eye, the flat ground was blasted into a huge hole. That brat isn't dead yet? Yi Jing's expression changed when his attack landed. There was still Qin Feng's qi in the air, but it seemed to be everywhere. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location. There was a magnetic field that enveloped Yi Jing silently. When the magnetic field became stronger, Yi Jing's expression changed again. Oh no, this is a domain. That disaster transformation state, Junior has comprehended a domain? Yi Jing wasn't the only one who sensed the existence of a domain. Hua Kaiqing and the others also sensed a domain. Everyone was shocked. Even truth realization state cultivators like them had just touched the border of a domain. Yet a disaster transformation state level 7 cultivator had comprehended a domain. In the entire Eastfield continent, there was no one who could comprehend a domain at disaster transformation state. Who are you? You can't be a nobody. Yi Jing was in the domain and felt his movements were restricted. He didn't dare to underestimate Qin Feng anymore. Even his tone became more serious. What answered him wasn't words, but a wave of flying swords. Those weren't real swords, but sword qi combined with a domain. When Yu Zhen saw the sword domain appear again, he still felt some lingering fear. He had been chased away by Qin Feng like this not long ago. Sect leader Yi, be careful. That guy has comprehended sword domain. Yu Zhen immediately warned, but it was too late. When the sword qi surged over, it instantly collided with the Book of Changes, causing a violent explosion. But the power of the sword domain was still a bit weaker. Yi Jing looked bloody and his clothes were tattered, but those were all external injuries. It didn't affect his cultivation essence much. Aya, you Ant Jr., you're asking to die. Yi Jing felt humiliated after being beaten so badly by a disaster transformation state cultivator in front of everyone. He immediately activated his spiritual will and unleashed his domain. A gray qi emerged from Yi Jing's body and quickly spread out. The gray mist was originally flying very fast, but suddenly seemed to be obstructed. It stopped tens of meters away from Yi Jing. Your domain is too inferior. Have a taste of my sword domain. Qin Fen roared loudly. The black sword domain that belonged to him spread out once more, and a red aura ceaselessly surged into appearance within the sword domain. Those auras were like stars that covered the night sky, and they were dense and resplendent. Rumble! A new round of explosions occurred. Yi Jing screamed in pain. Under such intense attacks, the few armors on his body were all broken. His skin was a mess, and even his cultivation essence was injured. Yu Zhen, what are you waiting for? I'm here to help you. Why aren't you helping? Yi Jing didn't expect Qin Feng to help him. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2157. Before Yu Zhen could regain his senses, a purple glow appeared like the afterglow of the sunset. The purple glow was only the size of a star, but it instantly spread and covered half the sky. Rumble! The saber qi exploded. The powerful ethereal force shocked the few of them. How was that a disaster transformation cultivator? That strong ethereal force was not inferior to the true form realm almighties like them. Oh no! Junior brother Yi Jing is dead. Western Heaven sect leader Yun Fei screamed. Hua Kaiqing and Yu Zhen were shocked as they could not accept the reality in front of them. Even if the Qi River sect leader Yi Jing had just entered the true form realm, a disaster transformation cultivator would not be able to kill him. We can't let this man live. Kill him now. Hua Kaiqing regained her senses and attacked Qin Fen first. A green light shadow shot out and instantly broke the void like a huge mountain falling from the sky. The saber slashed a deep ravine on the ground. Fortunately, Qin Fen dodged in time. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. Hua Caiqing's ethereal force was the strongest among the four of them. Moreover, the saber attack just now was a killing technique. If Qin Fen had taken it head-on, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. Yu Zhen and Yun Fei attacked one after another. Under the fierce attack of 3 true form ultimate gods, Qin Fen had no chance of winning even if he used all his skills. He simply stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the secret realm's array door. He instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. That guy disappeared. Hua Kaiqing raised her eyebrows. Senior brother Hua. He should have entered the secret realm, Yu Zhen said. What should we do now? Yun Fei asked. Yu Zhen continued. Legend has it that there is a secret realm in the immortal medicinal valley. However, not many people know that the secret realm is actually the twin secret realm. Senior brother Yu Qi from my sect entered the twin secret realm and ascended to the immortal world. Twin secret realm? Junior brother Yu Zhen means that the secret realm's array door in front of us is the real twin secret realm? Hua Caiqing's eyes lit up. Western Heaven sect leader Yun Fei could not stay calm either. All the cultivators in the divine continent had the dream of ascending to immortality. That's right. This secret realm's array door is the place where I sent senior brother Yu Qi to ascend to immortality. Originally, I invited the 3 senior brothers to break the array and enter the secret realm together. Who knew that the ant would discover this place? Now that the ant has entered the secret realm, if we don't get rid of him, once news of this small secret realm spreads, I'm afraid the entire Eastfield continent's cultivators will rush over. The duo's expression changed unpredictably. Hua Kai-ching suddenly said, "Let's go in and find that ant first. We'll find the secret of this mystic realm after we kill him." "I agree with senior brother," Hua's suggestion. Yunfei immediately said, "All right, let's go in together." Yuzhen naturally had no objections. It didn't take long for Qin Feng to travel through the teleportation channel of the little mystery realm. When Qin Feng could feel his feet touching the ground again, the scenery before him had changed drastically. He was in a holy clearing. In front of him was no longer the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, but a row of lush trees. Tree of life? There are so many trees of life. Qin Feng was stunned by the scene in front of him. He quickly counted and found that there were 12 towering trees around the empty space. The trees emitted a pure and holy radiance and a very familiar aura. These were obviously the 12 trees of life. Aren't these the trees that grow in the immortal world? Why are there so many of them in the immortal Herb Valley? Qin Feng was puzzled. There was a tree of life in his astral world. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain that immortal herb from the 12 palaces. Qin Feng originally thought that there was only one tree of life in the entire divine world, but now it seemed that he was too naive. When Qin Feng regained his senses, he realized that the spiritual energy in this small secret realm was extremely dense. It far surpassed the spiritual energy in the astral world. The familiar aura made Qin Feng realize that this was the unique aura in the immortal Herb Valley. "Master, hurry up and cultivate here," Little Pig shouted excitedly. "This is indeed a sacred place for cultivation, but Yu Zhen and the others will catch up to us soon. This is not the time to cultivate." Qin Feng frowned. Little Pig continued, "Master, you may not know this, but this is actually a small world. The flow of time is different from the outside world. One day outside is equivalent to 3 years here." Qin Feng was shocked. In fact, there was a heavenly blessing cave in his system. The spiritual energy in there was denser than the outside world, so the cultivation speed was very fast. It was similar to a small world of time. However, Qin Feng knew that the heavenly blessing cave was far from the standard of a small world. The secret realm in front of him was actually a small world of time. According to Little Pig's calculations, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years in here. Even if Yu Zhen and the other 2 ran as fast as they could, it would take them at least an hour to get here. This was equivalent to half a month in the little secret realm. Perhaps half a month was useless to ordinary cultivators, but in a small secret realm with such dense spiritual energy, it could create endless possibilities for Qin Feng. 3 days later, Qin Feng felt his true essence expand. 5 days later, there was a loud sound in his body. The true essence that had been suppressed for a long time was rampaging like a flood. When it calmed down again, he had already reached disaster transformation stage 8. 10 days later, Qin Feng reached disaster transformation stage 9. Half a month later, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. His Zhenyuan was like boiling water, and his sea of consciousness seemed to automatically sublimate, reaching a new height. When Qin Feng used his spiritual consciousness, he realized that he had formed divine force. Divine force was the symbol of a true form mighty. This meant that Qin Feng had used half a month to reach the true form realm from the late stage disaster transformation stage. There were no bottlenecks during this period. It was as if he had ascended to the clouds. Qin Feng knew that this was not only because he had cultivated the creation of heaven and earth skill, but also because the 12 trees of life in the small secret realm had played a key role. As an object of the immortal world, the trees of life had the magical ability to calm one's mind and comprehend. Each tree of life was precious, Now that 12 trees of life had appeared to help Qin Feng cultivate, it would be hard for him not to break through. Before the joy in his heart could dissipate, 3 figures descended from the sky. Qin Feng didn't need to look up to know that it was Yu Zhan and the other 2 from their auras. An hour ago, Qin Feng had been beaten by the 3 of them. Now that he had reached the true form realm, he could feel that the auras of the 3 of them were very weak. Where can you run now? Yu Zhen sneered. He didn't notice the changes in the situation. Hu Kaiqing was about to attack Qin Feng, but she suddenly stopped. What tree is this? Its aura is so unique. Tree of Life. This is one of the 8 great immortal herbs of the divine supreme continent, the Tree of Life. Yun Fei, the sect leader of the Western Heaven sect, exclaimed. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. The 8 great immortal herbs were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Many people even suspected that it was just a legend. They never expected to see it with their own eyes today. Baidu search for Yunlai Pavilion's novel website and let you experience the latest and fastest novel updates. All the novels were updated in seconds.